Chapter 1052. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he smiled. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He already thought that Xiaobao and Cuckoo had already completed their apprenticeship, and there was nothing that could stop them. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. He smiled and asked, "Tell me, you are full of evil ideas. How do you want to solve this problem?" "Your Majesty, Xiaobao is indeed smart. I think that it is best to solve this problem through economic means." Wu Huifei was biased towards Zhang Xiaobao. She didn't want to hear others badmouth Zhang Xiaobao, just like how Empress Wang didn't want to hear others badmouth Wang Wan. Wu Huifei had been asking Zhang Xiaobao a lot of questions recently. Many economic problems seemed very complicated, but when Zhang Xiaobao explained them, they were very simple. For example, in a foreign country, other countries would use their monetary policies to influence the Great Tang's currency ratio. According to Xiaobao's book, this was an extremely complicated situation. There was the unequal exchange of currencies, the foreign currency control in the export process, and the inflation control in the domestic currency exchange process. If no one used the simplest logic to explain it, unless one was a genius, they would be confused to death. Everything was a mess, especially when the domestic currency was exchanged with foreign countries. Why would the gradual appreciation of the domestic currency in circulation devalue the domestic currency? But after listening to Zhang Xiaobao's explanation, she understood. That was, other people's money could buy other people's things, but your money couldn't. So, if you want to buy other people's things, you have to sell your own things. If your currency was valuable, other people would feel that it was expensive. So, if you let the currency depreciate first, you would be exploiting your own country's citizens. At this time, other people's money would come in. If you promote exports, other people would come to buy things. Using other people's money to exchange for your country's money, when your currency appreciated, they would naturally be able to exchange more of their money when they returned. In this way, not only would it affect your exports, but it would also reduce your foreign currency reserves. Then, the effect of the political control of currency devaluation would be reflected. With the foreign currency exchange gone, your country's money would be worthless. The only thing you could do was to improve your technology and promote internal product demand. Wu Huifei had listened to Zhang Xiaobao's explanation of one example after another, and only then did she understand the content in this area. In the end, when she thought she had learned well, Zhang Xiaobao told her that this was the simplest and most basic thing. If they wanted to use this method to attack other countries, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to do anything. Cuckoo alone could play the other countries to death. If Zhang Xiaobao was serious, he would create a false impression that the Great Tang's currency was depreciating. Then, after the appreciation, the Great Tang would discover that while the country's GNP was growing, its purchasing power had decreased. At this time, the people of the Great Tang would be better off due to the depreciation of the currency. This was because there was an advantage in the international currency itself. At the same time, it was also the effect of the government's financial subsidies to the people. Wu Huifei had not studied this thoroughly yet. Anyway, she knew that if Xiaobao were to do it, it would be like what was written in the book of Tao Te Ching. Give him a space to express himself, and he would make you feel what it meant to be mysterious and wonderful. It was because she knew her own shortcomings that she did not like to hear others say bad things about Xiaobao. Even if it was the emperor, she would still be unhappy. Li Longji also knew that his concubine was a little like a religious believer in Zhang Xiaobao. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't believe it. Xiaobao usually takes the initiative to attack others with the economy. Of course, when others use the economy to harm the Great Tang, Xiaobao's counterattack will be sharper. Japan and Tubo have already experienced it. But now that the other party has not revealed their identity, even if Xiaobao wants to attack, he has to find the right target. Furthermore, Xiaobao's personality is similar to that of the stories that Yaoan tells her younger brothers and sisters, which is to give them a taste of their own medicine. What is it called again? Changing the Stars. Empress Wang interrupted. She liked to read everything that Cuckoo wrote, and she also liked the stories that Cuckoo told to her younger brothers and sisters. There were times when she truly couldn't understand how a child like Huan could know so many things. There was no need to talk about military matters. There were many generals in the Great Tang who could win a battle, and some of them had even won battle after battle. But in the situation that Cuckoo was facing, the so-called victory of other generals was to be able to save the generals on their side and try their best to save the other soldiers. As for Huan, under such circumstances, she had won a beautiful battle despite being outnumbered. Furthermore, she had directly threatened the safety of Tubo as a whole. Then, she had successfully retreated, leaving Tubo with endless regret and humiliation. At the same time, Xiaobao finally showed the world what was called two swords in harmony. This was the most worthy legend of the two of them. However, Cuckoo could still tell many stories and write many poems. What was more surprising was that Cuckoo was very familiar with the politics in the palace. If there was no Cuckoo, she might not be where she was now. Xiaowu was really amazing, she could not win against her. Empress Wang looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then looked at Huan. She muttered to herself, "That's strange, even if there is an expert teaching them, how can the children learn? I have seen many geniuses, but I have never seen people like the two of them. If it was someone else, they might not be able to learn a thing or two from the two of them in their lifetime. Xiaobei and the other children are smart, but compared to their older brothers and sisters, they are still too far apart. I can't understand. I hope that Pan and the rest can learn more. I am satisfied with half of their abilities." Empress Wang's voice was not soft. After Zhang Xiaobao and Huan heard it, they looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. They knew that it was impossible because the education system was different. At that time, there was no need to say that they were geniuses. The things that normal children learned would scare the people of the Tang Empire to death. The reason why the younger siblings were smart was because the two of them used the most classic teaching method. That was the treatment that only the children of rich families had. They gave individual lessons and encouraged education. Just the money spent on the children in a year was no less than 3 million. This was not the nurturing method of the family, but the price of the elite kindergarten. Wu Huifei sighed. She knew that her son had no hope. At the same time, she felt that Empress Wang was too greedy. She wanted to learn half of it. How much did Xiaobei and the rest learn? When they were the same age, the things that Zhang Xiaobao and Huan knew were the sum of the 9 younger siblings' knowledge, and even more. Li Longji was also thinking about it because there were always people saying that there were 2 kinds of things. The inner circle of the Tang Empire said that Xiaobao and Cuckoo were the reincarnation of immortals. They did not need to work hard like other children to learn. As long as you taught them once, they would be able to remember it immediately and draw inferences about other things. The people outside said that the 2 of them were monsters, and it even spread to the palace. They even thought that they could kill them. What a joke. To them, they were definitely monsters, but to them, they were national scholars. The more monsters they were, the better. Monster, Xiaobao, you monster, hurry up and say it. Look at the 2 of you. How many people's hearts are affected by your every action? Since young, you have never allowed others to have peace. What auspicious sign. Isn't it just a greenhouse? Then you took explosives to blow up other people's wells. At that time, the furnace for steelmaking was not done properly. You made something like a rice flour and sold it at a sky-high price. How are you going to deal with them? You can't live a good life, but you insist on believing in some other religion. Can't you believe in us? Even if we are high and mighty, we can believe in the two of you. Speak. As Li Longji was thinking, he suddenly realized that Zhang Xiaobao had lowered his head and was eating again. He did not have time to eat his own 2 fried eggs. He actually shared them with his wife with Xiaobao. Didn't the two of you eat medium rare? Ours is medium rare. Ah. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and rubbed his mouth with a blank expression. Wang Wan was secretly laughing at the side. Just now, when Xiaobao saw that the other party had entered a state of deep thought, he brought over the food that the other party was eating. The reason was very good. He said that thinking about problems exhausted one's brain and needed to replenish one's nutrition. It was not like physical work where one could just replenish one's protein. A brain worker's first thought was to replenish one's glucose. Thus, he ate the other party's eggs, which were high in protein. I'm asking you a question. Speak. Only you, Xiaobao. If it were any other subject who dared to ignore us, we would definitely have Xiaobei arrest him. Xiaobao, if we had Xiaobei arrest you, do you think Xiaobei would do it? When Li Longji was talking about serious matters, he changed the topic again. In response to your Majesty's question, Xiaobei would capture this subject to tell them a story. This subject's idea is actually not special at all. There are only 2 points. One is to fish in troubled waters, the other is to add fuel to the fire, and the other is to fight poison with poison. Zhang Xiaobao helped to correct the topic. How do we play? Will many of our great Tang citizens die? This was what Li Longji was most concerned about. In theory, no. In practice, there might be some losses. This is the best method I can think of, Zhang Xiaobao replied. What method? Li Longji and the others asked at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao immediately said. Instead, he took out a small box from his bosom and handed it to Wang Wan. Wang Wan glared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, when people smoke cigars, they don't inhale into their lungs. They use their tongue and nose to feel the purity of the smoke. When you smoke, you inhale into your lungs. There's something wrong with you. Although she said this, Wang Wan still cut the cigar that Zhang Xiaobao had instructed her to roll. After roasting it, she lit it up and stuffed it into Zhang Xiaobao's mouth. What purity! At the beginning, cigars were used as stimulants. They can even be eaten. It's such a pure smoke, it's a pity not to smoke it. There are also people who eat it. Compared to the exhaust gas and smoke from the chemical industry, this little bit of smoke is nothing. On average, I smoke one every 5 days. Zhang Xiaobao explained first. Then, he said to Li Longji and the others, it's actually very simple. No matter how strong a fortress is, it's most afraid of being breached from the inside. Since others use this kind of religious method to deceive people, we should follow their example. I'll arrange for some people to join in and then come up with their doctrine. Cuckoo and I will modify it to make it more reasonable. Then, we'll send it back. At this time, the other party will have a hard time. If they accept the new doctrine, they will not be able to face the censure of their original doctrine by the people we have placed in their past. If they deny the new doctrine, they will have to deny their own doctrine, for we have changed it according to the basis of their doctrine. In this way, their external struggle will become their internal struggle. It's very interesting. When we design several principles based on their original doctrine and come up with a new doctrine, it's inevitable that they will split up. Because their religion itself is very ambitious, and only those with ambition in their hearts would think of a way to spread it. Once there is a gap between the various leaders, when they see an opportunity, we don't have to worry about it anymore. At that time, I'll arrange for people to infiltrate and capture their leaders. After that, we'll take their power back. Then, we'll further improve the doctrine and let the people return to normal. If there's still someone who's not normal, we'll send them to the border and encourage them to follow the doctrine and fight. This is the only way. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he felt his hair stand on end. This is too sinister. Without waiting for him to say anything, Wang Wan followed Zhang Xiaobao's train of thought and said, "Actually, it's not too difficult to seize power. The reason why they succeeded was because we didn't have the time to carry out the spiritual civilization of the people. As a result, they found a small loophole to take advantage of. When we carry out the spiritual civilization of the people, it'll be difficult for their religion to develop. At the same time, if they want to develop well, they need financial support. In front of similar doctrines, the believers can't tell which is true and which is false. They prefer to see the practical results. We provide the money. This way, the people we arrange will have more say in the religion, overthrow the original leader, and establish a new spiritual pillar." This time, Li Longji and the others agreed. Indeed, all seemingly sturdy factions usually started to disintegrate from the inside. "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, we understand what you mean. Perhaps it will take some time, but the effect should be good. When the time comes, we'll capture their people and kill them all. Let's see who dares to do anything to harm our great Tang in the future." Li Longji planned to support this, meaning that he would also send people to join in. The more people there were, the more chaotic the religion would become. When Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao heard Li Longji's words, they shook their heads at the same time. Zhang Xiaobao said, "Actually, Cuckoo and I just find it annoying. We don't want to specifically target the leaders sent by the enemy. We want to know which faction, or organization, or country is causing trouble. When the time comes, we'll directly target the most basic figure of the enemy. I hope it's not Silla, Japan, or a group of small countries in the southwest. Otherwise, our energy is limited, and we can only arrange for the other ministers in the court to take action." Wang Wan pointed to the northwest, implying that she hoped that it was the people of Duoshi who were causing trouble. "Then what would the two of you do if it was another country?" Li Longji asked. "Endure. For the time being, we'll cut off the other party's hand. Then, we'll endure until we have free hands," Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 1053. Knowing that Zhang Xiaobao had a plan, Li Longji calmed down and led a group of people to the bottom deck of the ship to fish. They had to go to Hangzhou this time. At that time, they would have to compete with Wang Ju in fishing. Who asked Wang Ju to be so knowledgeable about fishing? They had to practice more so that when they arrived, even if they lost, they wouldn't lose too badly. They asked Zhang Xiaobao for a full set of fishing tackle. They didn't consider the situation of the river and the fish and planned to try one by one. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't have anything else to do for the time being. The inner court was in charge of the family matters, and the court officials were in charge of the matters. They had already passed the period where they had to do everything by themselves. If Li Longji wasn't with them, they would have an easier time. With Li Longji and the others around, they had to deal with things by themselves. According to Wang Wan's understanding, when a person became a high-ranking official and reached a certain level of status, they wouldn't care about the details below. Instead, they would try to build good relations with other political forces. Similarly, according to Zhang Xiaobao, when one had too much money to spend, not only would it not help the development of one's career, but it would also have a negative impact. The most important thing for rich people to do was to eat, drink, and play with other rich people. Then, they would earn money and cheat people. To be honest, I dislike people stirring up trouble in Tang, especially using religious means. Tang doesn't need so many sects, and I also don't intend to give them space to develop. I hate propaganda like "God loves the world the most." Zhang Xiaobao was bored and casually picked up a book to read as he spoke to Wang Wan. Wang Wan smiled. You dare to say this now, but in the past, would you dare to say this? There will be countless people who will oppose you. The power of religion isn't so easy to get rid of. Otherwise, how can the country recognize their status? Helpless. The purpose of atheism isn't to make people abandon everything, but to not believe in other sections. Superstition is sometimes a kind of spiritual sustenance. If there is no sustenance, then it is dangerous. Without faith, it is a kind of faith. What do you believe in? If you change to another book, can you still read it? When Wang Wan spoke, she saw Zhang Xiaobao reading seriously. She rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao helplessly put down the book. There was no other way. He had to put it down. It was an elegant book, just like the Xinhua dictionary. He had already memorized it when he was young. How much leisure time did he have to read the dictionary? Looking at Arya again, Zhang Xiaobao said gloomily, "Tell me, we can't do without reference books. Even if we have reference books, others don't like to read them. Can we think of a way to make others take the initiative to read reference books? Yes, we'll give money to whoever sees it. I believe many people will be very interested and take the initiative." As Wang Wan spoke, she turned around and took out her embroidery brace and slowly embroidered it. Zhang Xiaobao had nothing to do. When he saw Wang Wan doing embroidery, he felt a headache and said, "Embroidery is too demanding. It's better to learn cross-stitch. It's simple and fast. I see many people like that. A large piece of embroidery can be sold for more than 10,000 yuan. Some people even sell it for more. There are flowers, grass, mountains, and rivers. I have collected a lot. There are about 2 warehouses. I think I can sell it. Before I came, I had been thinking about it." Wang Wan stopped and looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. She asked, "What do you want that for?" "I'm selling it. It's a task that I gave to the primary school students. Use it as child labor because I realize that many children have nothing to do after school. They're not like the children in the city. The children in the city are busy. Other than their normal studies, they have to learn more things. The children in the countryside are very remote. I give them some work to do, and then I buy it back with money. In fact, I don't directly give them money. If I give them money, they will buy toys. I can't make a loss. After they finish embroidering, I find a way to sell it. You don't know, but the things they embroider are very abstract. Some people like this thing." Zhang Xiaobao was probably really bored. He talked about the past with a faint smile on his face. When Wang Wan saw him, she felt that he was now a child and not an all-powerful figure. She asked doubtfully, "Isn't it good to buy toys?" "It is good, but to be honest, I think they are not qualified to play. Besides their normal studies, they can earn some money to subsidize their family's living expenses. It can also provide equipment for their studies. So, I changed them into clothes, textbooks, and ballpoint pens. I didn't give them pencils or fountain pens. Pencils are easy to break, fountain pens are always broken, and ballpoint pens are cheap. Pen refills are a few cents each. Even if the plastic outside is broken, they can still write by wrapping paper or drilling a wooden stick. I also saved a few shoe factories. I bought pig skin and threw it to the shoe factories for them to make leather shoes. They don't have to look good, as long as they are durable. You also know that our party has been promoting education. In fact, from top to bottom, it is already bad to a certain extent. There are so many people. Even if we develop for another 100 years, the children who should not have textbooks will still not have textbooks. That should be overturned. Let's get down to business. Don't attack people. It's wrong to attack a group of people. If you really overturn it, do you think the children will have a good life? Wang Wan was most disgusted by Zhang Xiaobao's attacks, so she interrupted him. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. That's not it. I'm just venting. Because I did it, I feel that I have a reason to attack others. Just like Xiaobei, they can stand on the moral high ground to criticize others. I have contributed, so I think that I am better than others. When they accuse me of fraud, I can accuse them of not doing anything. Of course, they usually don't accuse me. If they want to catch me, I won't accuse them. I will lie to them. Anyway, even if I don't lie, the money will be left by them. Ha! Wang Wan found Zhang Xiaobao's words interesting and couldn't help but laugh. She said, at least over there, it's not easy to starve to death, right? Unless someone is willing to starve to death, they can always eat. It's better than the current Tang Empire. Can you guarantee that no one in the Tang Empire has ever starved to death? It's fine if you compare yourself, but the speed of the world's information flow is fast. If you compare yourself to others, it's over. The Tang Empire is now much better than other countries. Who dares to find trouble? Not to mention, there really is. The matter of the Jiangnan West Road is not over yet. Until now, I still don't know who is behind it. It's a very smart guy. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he found the map and spread it on the table. He pointed at the Jiangnan West Road and said, "Do you know? My favorite TV program is The Animal World. Look at the seasonal migration of the grassland animals. Look at the cows, zebras, and other animals running and running. As they run, they live and die. As soon as the foals are born, they can't keep up with the speed and will definitely die. When the stallions see the maras being eaten by the lions, they can only show sadness in their eyes. They are afraid. They know how powerful the lions are, but they never take the initiative to attack. I've been anxious for them more than once. I want to tell them that when thousands of horses are running, all lions and tigers will fall for me. After seeing so many of them, I know the helplessness of life. I'm also glad that I'm a human, and a person who won't stand by and watch. When a group of people run away from a lion, they deserve to die. It's like people who are forcibly demolished and poured gasoline on themselves. Xiao Bao, you don't seem to be in a good mood today. What are you going to do? Go back and encourage others to rebel. Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Zhang Xiaobao raised his hand and scratched his head in embarrassment. He said, "No, how can I go back? I don't even know how I came here. Of course, I definitely don't believe that God sent me here. Unless God is cheap, otherwise, if I belittle them, how can they help me? Just like what you asked just now, do I dare to talk about other religions at that time? Why wouldn't I dare? Not only do I dare, but I also opened a dance hall next to their church. It's very old, very Broadway style, very lively. What can they do to me? In the face of power, force, and money, all dignity is nonsense. Have you forgotten how the people in the Arabian region were bullied a long time ago? I killed cows in front of Indians and ate pork in front of Islam. What can they do to me? You are always attacking the beliefs of others. Think about it, if others attack you, how would you feel? You still have to respect what should be respected. Just like what you said just now, people should be united. Wang Wan advised. In fact, she was very clear that many religions had various requirements later on for the convenience of life. They were not like that at the beginning. They could not drink wine because it consumed food. They could not eat pigs because it was also a waste of food. Another reason was that it was unhygienic to raise and eat pigs. Cows were naturally labor. Not only in India, but now, they could not be killed casually. The emergence of religions was a need for the survival of social groups. There was no need to elevate them to a high position. It was just that there were too many people and it was not easy to kill them. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips indifferently. Attacking my beliefs. That's good. I believe in the law of the jungle. Attacking me is a part of my beliefs. Even if they don't attack me, I will take the initiative to attack others. When have you ever seen a crocodile talk reason with a deer and respect the deer's beliefs? Alright, you're crocodile. Let me see if you're crying because you've eaten too much salt. I know what you mean. You've said so much because you want me to kill people with you. Everyone involved this time, no matter how old or young they are, kill them all. Since their religion wants to rise, then they'll have to suffer all kinds of hardships during the rise. Death is also a kind of new life. Wang Wan finally understood why Zhang Xiaobao was not in a good mood. Zhang Xiaobao was angry. He did not want to kill all of them, and he could not do it. But if he did not kill them, others would see the opportunity. So, he was looking for a reason to kill them. Thinking about this, Wang Wan suddenly felt that Zhang Xiaobao was kinder than her. When some kind of disaster happened in their place, the first thing that came to their mind was not how many people died or how many people were homeless, but whether they could keep their position and whether there was a chance to push the blame to others. Zhang Xiaobao, the first thing that came to his mind was, what about the children? Were there any schools that were affected? This was because he was not worried about losing anything. He was concerned about his children, while the officials were concerned about their positions. Just like Yanjing, Zhang Xiaobao let his family go in the end because it was a crime that could kill his entire family. Zhang Xiaobao was silent for a while and sighed, let's talk about it later. Fishing, let's go. You accompany me to fish. It won't delay your embroidery. You have been embroidering for a few days. What are you embroidering? A baby's doo-doo. Embroider a few more. When our new siblings are born, let them wear them. Let's go. When the time comes, you will probably have to compete with your grandfather in fishing. The odds of winning are not high. Wang Wan took the pole and walked out first. Zhang Xiaobao followed behind him. Don't think that inventing a fishing tool is so awesome. I used to fish for sharks. I know. You also used a fishing pole to fish for whales. I will help you blow. I really used to fish for sharks. I know. You used a fishing pole. A fishing pole can't do it. You can. Xiao Bei, look. This small and thin bamboo pole can't catch big fish. It can only catch small ones. In a pavilion built on the outskirts of Westlake, Wang Ju was fishing with Xiao Bei and the others. He had quite a few children at home, but he couldn't find anyone as smart and quick-witted as Xiao Bei. So when Xiao Bei and the others arrived, he temporarily ignored the other children and focused on playing with Xiao Bei and the others. The dam here had already been built according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's design. It was actually the original Su dike. That person hadn't come out yet. The two of them first made the dike and named it the Hanhai dike. This way, they wouldn't be afraid that someone would come looking for them. The weeping willows on the dike sprouted earlier than the ones in the north. When the wind blew, the willows rustled. The scenery was good, but it wasn't very attractive to Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei liked to play, and Xiao Hai had no choice but to accompany him. The other children just casually found a book and read it under the shade of an umbrella. Pan Er and her brother ran around, always taking pleasure in disturbing others. At this time, Wang Ju was teaching Xiao Bei about fishing equipment. It was very simple and didn't say too much. He only told Xiao Bei the thickness of the fishing pole. He didn't even mention the hook. He was afraid that if he said too much, Xiaobei wouldn't remember and would ask a lot of strange questions. But even so, Xiaobei still asked. Grandfather, if it's a thick bamboo pole, does it mean that you can only catch big fish and not small ones? If you use a thick fishing pole to catch small fish, you have to use a small hook. That's a waste. It's called using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Wang Ju took out a thick fishing pole and gestured a few times as he explained to Xiaobei. Xiaobei nodded and asked, if you put a bamboo pole horizontally on a pole, and there are a lot of fishing lines running down it, and there are small hooks at the bottom of each line, wouldn't that be using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? That's not the case. If one of the hooks is bitten, you have to lift the entire pole, right? It's troublesome, right? Wang Ju really didn't think of this problem. He finally realized that Xiaobei was different from other children. Although he felt that Xiaobei's idea wasn't good, he was very happy in his heart. Xiaobei lowered his head and thought for a moment, then shook his head and continued to ask, Grandfather, why do fish bite the hook? Because there are all kinds of food on the hook. As long as you find the right food that fish like to eat and put it on the hook, the fish will eat it. Wang Ju thought that this problem was simple, but who knew that Xiaobei would ask, if there's a lot of food dangling in front of the fish, won't it be easier for the fish to bite the hook? Naturally, Wang Ju replied. Then what I said just now was that if you put a bamboo pole horizontally, wouldn't there be a lot of food? Why didn't I say that? Is the price of the bait expensive? If it didn't cost money, it would be troublesome, but there would be more opportunities to catch fish if I put it down. I can even make a square bamboo raft and then use countless fishing lines to hook it up with a pole. When the fish see, wow, there's a lot of food here, they will call their friends over. Below, I'll put a net, and when the fish bite the hook, I'll lift the net first and see where the fish will run to, right? Xiaobei used his hands to make a square bamboo raft as he asked Wang Ju. Wang Ju listened to Xiaobei's words and looked at Xiaobei's excited expression with a stunned expression. He had to admit that if he did as Xiaobei said, the fish would be unlucky. However, fishing wasn't like that. After thinking for a while, Wang Ju explained to Xiaobei, Xiaobei, do you know why we're fishing? For food. My brother's grilled fish is the best. He always catches for us, and he even catches prawns. Such big prawns, I'll be half full after eating too. When my brother comes, I'll ask him to grill more for you. If it's not enough, I'll give my share to you. But it's best to catch more so that everyone can eat. Xiaobei gestured with his hands to show that the prawns were so big. He even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, as if he was recalling the taste of the prawns his brother made for him. Wang Ju was very touched. He looked at his granddaughter. She was obviously greedy, but she was willing to give up her fish. Unlike other children who only knew how to fight for good food. However, this wasn't his purpose for fishing. He patted Xiaobei's head and said with a smile, Xiaobei, fishing isn't for food, but for a kind of mood. It's to use fishing to allow yourself to be as calm as when you're fishing. Do you understand? Wang Ju was afraid that if he spoke too deeply, a child like his granddaughter wouldn't understand, so he tried to explain it in straightforward terms. Even so, he was worried that his granddaughter wouldn't understand. However, not only did Xiaobei understand, she also nodded and said, I understand. It's to fish better than to fish. I understand. My brother and sister said this before, but now that we're using bait, we're at a disadvantage. The truly skilled people use vertical hooks and don't put any bait. Then how do we catch it? Which fish will eat it? Wang Ju asked with a smile. The willing ones will take the bait. It's just like being a human. Many people think that there won't be a fish that's stupid enough to bite a straight hook, but sometimes, people are even more stupid than the fish they think are stupid. So, when I fish, it's only for the fish, and nothing else. Because I don't want to be an idiot and waste time. I can use this time to read books, find good food to eat, and teach Pan, and the others. If I really don't fish for the fish, then I'll fish for others to see. I'll let others see me fishing. Grandfather, what's wrong with you? Let's just continue fishing. Just treat it as me playing. Playing is also something that must be done. Brother said so. As Xiao Bei spoke, she waved her hand in front of Wang Ju's face. She found that her grandfather's eyes were fixed on her. Wang Ju returned to his senses and suddenly stood up. He looked at Xiao Bei, then looked at Xiao Hai who was crouching on the hook, as well as Xiao Yuan who was reading a book and Pan, who was playing around. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and asked Xiao Bei in a trembling voice, You guys, normally, your brother and sister teach you this? You like to hear it. Don't you find it annoying? You children are so obedient. At this moment, Wang Ju could no longer be described as shocked. He was thoroughly frightened. He couldn't understand how Xiao Bei's words came out of her mouth. That wasn't something that a child should say. For a child of Xiao Bei's age, her words should be filled with fantasy and ignorance. Then, when adults heard it, they would laugh or occasionally say something adults would say and show a proud expression. He observed the other children and found that they were all very normal. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Xiao Bei saying this. This kind of normality was abnormal. Especially the 7 people who were reading books. Many children from wealthy families didn't like to casually pick up books to read. They were more interested in finding something fun to do. What kind of teaching method could make the children take the initiative to find books to read? After asking a series of questions, Wang Ju stared at Xiao Bei and waited for her to answer. He wanted to understand what was going on. Xiao Bei was confused by her grandfather's actions and questions. She blinked her large eyes and looked at Wang Ju with a look that said, What's wrong with you? Xiao Bei, tell grandfather, when your brother and sister teach you, don't you feel annoyed? Wang Ju crouched down and asked softly. Xiao Bei shook her head vigorously and replied, No, grandfather, don't you think it's very fun? Brother and sister tell us stories, and the people in the stories say that. After they finish, they become powerful, very powerful. Then are you willing to read books? Wang Ju asked again. Yes. Xiao Bei nodded. If I don't read books, how can I listen to stories? If we learn well, the people in the stories will be powerful. If we don't learn well, the main character will always be bullied, so we can only learn more. Now, the girl who represents me is already level 45, and she has half a body of good equipment. She's not just powerful. She can defeat people of the same level as her. Xiao Bei explained the use of reading books to Wang Ju. She meant that it was very powerful. Wang Ju's mouth was wide open. This was the first time he had heard of such a method of teaching children. He looked at the others. A few of the children also looked over. They all had the same thought. Little Yuan, according to this, you're the most powerful one. Is that whatever level high? It's the high representative who's powerful, right? Wang Ju asked little Yuan, who was the closest to him. In his heart, he had already approved of this method of teaching children. The only difficult part was who would make up the stories. Not only did they have to make the children like listening to them, but they also had to include the knowledge they wanted to teach. Little Yuan sighed, put down the book, and said, No, my equipment is better, but my level is low. I'm only level 42. I'm 5 levels lower, and I'm a support-type main character. If I were to fight by myself, I wouldn't even be able to beat a level 40 main character. Ah. Wang Ju's mouth opened again. He didn't understand. Why was it like this? He shook his head and asked in confusion, Little Yuan, aren't you known for having a photographic memory and reading 10 lines at a glance? How can you not compare to Xiao Bei? It's not a photographic memory. It's just that I remember things faster than others, especially words. However, there are also math problems in the story. I don't like to take the initiative to fight, so every time I have to choose, I choose a choice that I think is better. As a result, I slowly become a support-type character. Little Yuan appeared to be very aggrieved. He couldn't understand why when his brother and sister were telling stories, at a certain point, the protagonist had to choose his actions. After he chose one, the equipment and skills he received would be supplementary. Xiao Bei testified at the side, yes, yes. Little Yuan always regretted his choice and became a support-type main character. However, Little Yuan has a skill that's very powerful. It's a mutual destruction skill. His brother and sister said that Little Yuan is the kind of person who won't take the initiative to attack unless he's forced to a dead end. However, when it's really necessary, his final blow isn't something that anyone can withstand. Wang Ju completely understood this time. The personalities of the characters in the story were basically the same as in reality. Every choice was a test that his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao, and granddaughter-in-law, Wang Wan, gave his younger siblings. They judged their younger siblings' personalities from their choices. If they were upset because the main character in the story couldn't fight, then they could change their minds the next time they made a choice. Thinking of this, Wang Ju suddenly had an impulse to immediately meet his grandson and granddaughter-in-law and take a good look at them. This was because he knew very well that when the two of them told stories to their younger siblings, they weren't just playing with them. Instead, they were teaching their younger siblings knowledge that children of the same age couldn't learn and weren't willing to learn. At the same time, they were letting their younger siblings experience life in the story. The main character's personality was basically the character of their younger siblings in reality. Then, if Little Yuan felt that his main character was getting more and more aggrieved as he lived, he would naturally change his choice. However, what changed was not only the choice, but also Little Yuan's own personality. As for Little Bei, if she liked to fight, there might be a situation where she couldn't fight in the end and needed to give in. Then, she would understand that sometimes, giving in did not mean that she had lost. This was a principle that a person could only understand in a long life, but it allowed Xiao Bao and Wang Wan to understand it faster in the story. No wonder they know so much, and no wonder the children are so much like adults. But why do they not lack the innocence of children? Wang Ju murmured. He really couldn't understand. He realized that Little Bei was a group of children. Although they knew a lot, they weren't as deep as adults. They liked to do all the things that children should like to do. Little Bei was also willing to carry a doll, feed it, and change its clothes. Grandfather, go fishing. If you really can't catch anything, I'll go down and catch some for you. I'm very good at catching fish. My brother and sister both praise me. Little Bei's voice rang in Wang Ju's ears. Yes, yes, yes. Go fishing. If you can't catch anything, Little Bei will catch it. Little Bei is really good. Wang Ju decided not to think about it. It was just like how he couldn't understand how Zhang Zhong, whom he had looked down on back then, could be so successful now. It was too much of a headache. Little Bei puffed out her chest and raised her head, looking like she was the best. She picked up the fishing rod and threw it into the water with all her strength. At the same time, she shook the fishing rod and said, "Fish, fish, take the bait. I'm going to make delicious food for grandfather." Wang Ju didn't throw the fishing rod. It was a small fishing rod, so there was no need to throw it out. He could just do it lightly. However, his current state was no longer fishing. Even if he forced himself not to think about what Little Bay and the others had learned, he still subconsciously had such thoughts. As he continued to fish, Wang Ju couldn't find the feeling of fishing. Just as he was about to find something else to play with Little Bay and the others, the figure of a small boat appeared on the surface of West Lake in the distance. Looking at the situation, the small boat was slowly approaching. Wang Ju looked up and then lowered his head to continue fishing. He knew that the boat couldn't come over. Other than his own guards and the children's protection team, it was impossible for other boats to come close. Not to mention nearby, even within the range of guns. Not only were there boats patrolling on the surface of the water, but there were also people hiding in the lotus leaves underwater. Little Bay also saw the boat. She wasn't focused on fishing at all. Perhaps she wouldn't feel it even if all the bait was eaten by the fish. Looking at the approaching boat, Little Bay said, "After a while, there will be many lotus flowers blooming here. Unfortunately, I don't think I can see it. I'll stay here for a day today and another day tomorrow. When the fleet is resupplied, I'll go to Jiangzhou. Who dares to go against my business? Humph, I'll go and see who has the guts to do so." When Xiao Bei mentioned this, Wang Ju's face was filled with reluctance. This was because he couldn't find a single child in the family who could compare to Xiao Bei and the others. They could sing and dance, and when the 9 children were together, they could even form a band. Their knowledge was also incomparable. He wouldn't get tired of such a child staying by his side all day long. However, if she wanted to go to Jiangzhou, he couldn't stop her. Little Bei listened to her brother and sister and went there. Furthermore, the emperor would be coming soon. He had to make preparations. Even if the emperor didn't need the local government to bear the cost of welcoming and sending him off, he still had to do what he had to do. Thinking of this, Wang Ju said to Little Bei with concern, "When you're outside, you have to hide well. Don't always stand in front. It's easy to be in danger. It's not good even if you're injured. Go and come back quickly. Kill those who should be killed and capture those who should be captured. When you come back, the lotus flowers of West Lake will bloom." Little Bei nodded vigorously. "Oh, I understand. The people there are probably not good people. A small portion of them are not good people. When we arrive, I'll hide behind the guards. When we come back, the boat will be following the current. Quick, look at the lotus flowers. What do you say?" "Xiao Yuan, it's the lotus flower that sister mentioned. After all, during the 6th month of West Lake, the scenery is not the same as during the 4th month. The heaven-reaching lotus leaf is infinitely green, and the sun-reflecting lotus flower is exceptionally red." Xiao Yuan lowered his head and looked at the book. He casually said this out loud with great chemistry. He knew what Xiao Bei was asking. "Good poem. Who wrote it?" Wang Ju first looked at Xiao Yuan with admiration and then praised him. "I don't know. Sister said it was written by an idler. That person had nothing to do, so he looked at flowers and played. He's probably a painter." Right. If we really come back early, Sister Xiao Zhu can paint according to it. We haven't seen many of the sceneries that brother and sister told us." Little Bei shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Wang Ju said, "Oh," and put the poem on Wang Wan, thinking that it was written by Wang Wan. She said, "When we go back, I'll find someone to write it down, frame it, and hang it on the wall. It's a good poem. In my opinion, it should be hung beside West Lake and written in big letters so that everyone can see it. Then, they can advertise it. When others hear the poem, they will think about what the heaven-reaching lotus leaf looks like and the sun-reflecting lotus flower. My family has a tourism business here. The more people come, the more my family earns. Isn't it great to tour Westlake and look at the scenery and eat at the precious candy house? Little Bay swayed his fishing pole and said casually, as if he wasn't thinking about it deliberately. Wang Ju nodded. He was gradually getting used to the difference between Little Bay and the others. He just casually said something, and Little Bay immediately talked about earning money. She really didn't disgrace her identity as Xiao Bao's sister. Little Bay, after you earn money, what do you do with the money? Except for flowers for the adults. Wang Ju deliberately asked. He actually knew what Little Bay and the group of children were doing with the money, but he still wanted to hear it. Little Bay stared at the water and said faintly, "Grandfather, actually, we don't want to do anything with the money. Brother and sister are already working hard to give benefits to the children of Tang Empire, right? Anyway, it's good for the children now, and good for Tang Empire when the children grow up. We earn money because we have nothing to do. Think about it, we are Tang Empire's patrol inspectors, and we have to patrol Tang Empire. No matter where we go, we have to spend money. It doesn't matter whose money we spend, so why don't we spend our own? In the past, when we were officials in other places, I was a county magistrate. The population there was very small. Think about it, when I made a decision, they followed me to work. In the end, they worked from spring to autumn. Not only did they not earn any benefits, they even lost money. That's my own responsibility, and I have to bear it. I take out money and compensate them. If they can earn 100 copper coins according to my plan, I will give them 100 copper coins. This way, they will do whatever I ask them to do next time. In other words, we want to use the money we earn to bear our own responsibilities. Parents have their own responsibilities, brothers and sisters have their own responsibilities, and children have their own responsibilities. But we are children, and the position we sit in makes us have the responsibility of patrol inspectors. This is what we thought of. After we discussed it, we want to earn money. Even if our family is already very rich, we don't need to worry about fighting for the family property when we grow up. Why is that boat still heading here? This is my family's tourist area. If we don't allow it, why would it come here? Xiao Bei said something that should only come out of the mouth of an adult. As he spoke, he suddenly pointed ahead. The boat that was still very far away was gradually approaching. There was already a boat that went over to warn them, but that boat still came over. It was estimated that if it went a little further and didn't stop, they would be attacked. The range of the warning was still a little bit away from the final limit of the defense, so they weren't immediately attacked. Wang Ju was still thinking along with Xiao Bei's words. When she heard Xiao Bei mention that boat, she paid attention and said, "Don't worry about them. If that boat really dares to come over, someone will naturally take care of them." Xiao Bei, you guys are already so powerful now. What are you going to do in the future? Powerful? Oh, it's powerful. Our official position is very high. It's the same rank as maternal grandfather. Oh, no, it's one rank higher. Other than Uncle Emperor, we're one rank higher. In the future. We don't know what we're going to do in the future. I'll listen to elder brother and elder sister. They'll make arrangements for us. When the time comes, we'll do whatever they want us to do. In any case, I know they won't lie to us. Xiao Bei didn't seem to care about the future. His eyes were still looking at that boat. Wang Ju listened to Xiao Bei's words and thought about it. Although Xiao Bei and the others were very independent now, they always had to follow the rules set by the Zhang family and Wang family. When they grew up, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would definitely find suitable things for them to do according to their personalities. In this aspect, they were much better than other families. Other families, no matter how powerful they were, would usually make arrangements for their children in advance. Of course, when making arrangements, they usually didn't look at what their children could do, but what they wanted their children to do. As for Xiaobei and the others, the family would decide what they were suitable for based on their thoughts and abilities. No wonder the emperor had thrown his 2 children here. It turned out that, when Wang Ju thought of this, she was suddenly shocked. Because she suddenly realized that if this continued, the future emperor's throne wouldn't be the current crown prince. Then what would the current crown prince do? Would he rebel? The more she thought about it, the more worried Wang Ju became. The Great Tang's development was many times greater than before, but if a civil war broke out, the situation would change. Not good. I have to send someone to keep an eye on the crown prince. Otherwise, the imperial palace will be filled with danger. What can be done? Wang Ju was someone who had helped Li Longji in his rebellion, so when she thought of others, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Little Hai was still looking down at the surface of the water. There seemed to be something more important there that attracted him. As for the ship that was coming over, he just glanced at it and then ignored it. After hearing Wang Ju's words, he finally spoke to his grandfather after being silent for a long time. Maternal grandfather, no one can rebel, and no one believes that a rebellion can succeed. With elder brother and elder sister here, it's impossible unless someone is tired of living. In truth, it doesn't matter who becomes emperor. What matters is who wants to be emperor and how they plan to be emperor. If elder brother and elder sister aren't satisfied, even if they become emperor, they'll remove them. I'm confident that elder brother and elder sister can do it. After saying this, Xiao Hai fell silent and continued to look at the float in front of him. Wang Ju was already used to the matters of these children, or perhaps he was numb to it. But when he thought about it, he realized that he had suddenly thought of something and was in a bad mood. Right, no one could rebel. The current Great Tang was very stable, and the people didn't lack food. If they wanted to rebel, they needed someone to support them. The officials in the court wouldn't support them, unlike the current emperor. A fishing rod, a pot of wine, a bright sun, a floating cloud, a clear lake, a bait to attract a fish. Dare I ask, is the Great Tang patrol envoy here? While Wang Ju was thinking about this matter, the sound of someone chanting came from the water. It was clear that the other party was coming for them, and they clearly had a goal in mind. Xiaobei blinked and turned to Wang Ju. Maternal grandfather, this person's voice is really loud. He's so far away, but we can still hear him. Admirable. Hearing Xiaobei's words, Wang Ju smiled. The other party shouted like that, but Xiaobei was actually concerned about whether the other party's voice was loud or not. Xiaobei, he's coming for you. Do you want to meet him? Of course, he's here. Why don't we meet him? Also, brother and sister have sent us a message saying that if someone comes voluntarily, we'll take them to Jiangzhou. If they go willingly, then so be it. If they don't want to go, we'll catch them and make them do it willingly. Xiaobei covered his mouth and laughed as he said to Wang Ju. Then he shouted at the top of his voice, I am. What do I do? Wang Ju listened to Xiaobei's shout and felt that it was more interesting. At the same time, he admired his grandson very much. He could even calculate this. No wonder people called him Lianhuan. He was really amazing. At this time, the other party also shouted, I'm a villager from the mountains. Today, I'm here. I heard that the Great Tang Patrol envoy is also here, so I'd like to meet you. Then come over. Let's search you first. Xiaobei shouted back. Soon, a person jumped onto the guard's boat and was pulled into the boat. It seemed that they needed to go through a detailed search. The boat was also heading towards the shore. Xiaobei said to Wang Ju, Grandfather, I'm sure that person didn't bring anything dangerous with him. Why is that? Wang Ju asked. Because he's coming for us. Naturally, he knows that he has to go through a thorough search. If he brings anything, he's courting death. Even if we find a writing brush on him, he can forget about seeing us again. Also, if he has false teeth, we'll pull them out in advance. Let's see what he says when he comes over. It's really fun. Xiaobei said with a smile. Wang Ju patted Xiaobei's head and praised, "Our Xiaobei is really smart." Yes. Xiaobei was not modest at all. The person on the boat did not know that the person he wanted to meet had such an evaluation of him. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the boat approached. The person was escorted to the bow of the boat by 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right, and waited to go ashore. Wang Ju carefully sized up the other party. This person was wearing a gray robe and was relatively thin. His hair was casually tied up on his head with a wooden hairpin. His cheekbones were prominent, and he looked to be in his 40s. However, his eyes were very lively. He opened his mouth and asked, "Who are you? Tell me your name." The question was not polite at all, but the person on the other side did not care. He confidently put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I'm a villager from the mountains. My name is not important. Just call me Mountain Wind." After saying this, the person who called himself Mountain Wind looked at Xiaobei and asked, "You are Xiaobei. Let me ask you, what do you have to be able to become the patrol inspector of the Great Tang Empire? How do you patrol the Great Tang? Is it just like playing?" Chapter 1054. Hearing the other party's words, Wang Ju's face immediately darkened. He was about to speak when Xiaobei spoke first. "Because I have a good brother and a good sister, I can easily see Uncle Emperor. That's why I'm a patrol inspector of the Tang Empire. You don't, so you can only say that you're a mountain villager. If you want to see me, you have to get my permission first, and you have to be searched. If I want to see you, even if you don't agree, I can have you captured. That's my ability. You don't agree. You still dare to ask me. Look at how sad you are." When Wang Ju heard Xiaobei's words, his eyes almost popped out. His granddaughter was too amazing. She didn't care about other people's provocative questions. She could calmly admit that she relied on her brother and sister. Good girl. The person who called himself Mountain Wind was also confused. He thought that after he asked the question, Xiaobei and the other children would be very angry, and then argue with him about what they were capable of. For example, they were good to the people of the Great Tang, and they had learned a lot. But he never expected that Xiaobei would admit that her brother and sister were amazing. What a petty person, not hiding at all. She even scolded him, degrading him to be worthless. This is troublesome. It's different from what I expected. It's not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Shan Feng pretended to be relaxed and smiled. He wasn't in a hurry to go ashore. He just stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back and said to Xiaobei, "I don't have a brother or sister, but I live freely by myself. I live in the mountains and don't ask about other people. Can you do that? If there's something, you have to run around. Rich people have their troubles, and villagers have their pleasures. Am I right?" TSK. Xiaobei curled her lips and said, "You're free. I'll make you uncomfortable now. The troubles of rich people are not something a villager like you can worry about. Tell me, you talk too much. What's your purpose here? Don't talk to me. I don't have time. I'm fishing." Xiaobei's words made the other party choke again. Wang Ju chuckled. This granddaughter of his was too interesting. She could directly make the other party speechless. Shan Feng frowned. He realized that the method he wanted to use didn't work on Xiao Bei at all. Xiao Bei didn't follow his plan. Rolling his eyes, he switched his opponent to Wang Ju. He asked Wang Ju, "I wonder, as a provincial governor, how can you face the people under your rule by running back to your home here instead of staying where you are? What does it have to do with you? Are you from that side? Did you eat less or wear less? I, a mere Great Tang Patrol envoy, don't even care. Why would I need you to ask? Grandfather, don't bother with him." Brother said that there are some people in this world who think too highly of themselves. They always think that they will be valued if they behave differently from normal people. Hey, Mountain Wind, what are you doing here? What's the point of using a fake name? This is your last chance. If you have something to say, say it. If you don't even need to open your mouth. Xiao Bei didn't allow his grandfather to speak at all. He was still so straightforward. He was so straightforward that there was no room for criticism. He was so straightforward that he was unreasonable. Shan Fang's hands behind his back were trembling. He looked at Xiao Bei and couldn't help but nod. He realized that Xiao Bei had reached another level. He sighed and said, "I thought that as a Great Tang Patrol envoy, you could reason with a villager like me. Who would have thought that?" Sigh. You thought that there were many things, but I thought that as a person who has lived for so long, you should be modest in front of a child like me. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. It's easy for others to trick us and bully us. So, when we meet such people, we should deal with them directly. Then, the world will be at peace. Yes, Xiao Bao is amazing. Do you know the identity of that person just now? At this time, Wang Ju was thinking about how to tell Xiao Bao when her grandson came over so that he could bring his own child with him. This was not only a teaching exercise, but it would also teach them the simplest way to avoid being bullied. It was very useful. After all, Xiao Bei and the others were still children. No matter what they did or said, others would not be able to find fault with them. It was wrong for an adult to argue with children. I know. It's with that Hu Liang we met on the way. Just put them together with the other 7 people. Let them stay together and discuss a plan. Give them a chance to collude. There must be a lot of people watching us now. If we really caught the wrong person, then it's their bad luck. We'll let them go after we find out the truth. But I guess this person is not innocent. As Xiao Bei spoke, he lifted the fishing rod with all his strength. Just as he was about to express his anger, a fish was suddenly pulled out of the water. Ha, I caught it. Xiao Bei cheered and pulled the fish in front of him to remove the hook. Wang Ju watched from the side and felt sad for the fish. This was because the fish was not caught by eating the bait. The hook was hooked on the fish's gills. When Xiao Bei pulled up, the fish was swimming beside him. Grandfather, I'm amazing, right? Xiao Bei did not care how he caught the fish and asked proudly. Amazing. Grandfather is not as good as you. Wang Ju nodded. Then let's continue. Let's see who catches more. Let's get another boat. Isn't it boring to just fish? Xiao Bei did not take the bait and threw the hook into the water. His eyes were full of anticipation as he looked into the distance. In Wang Ju's house, a few rooms were specially set aside. Hu Liang and the other 7 people were locked up in the rooms. The people on both sides had not met up yet, and the 7 people did not know how close they were to their 8th brother. Boss, do you still have strength? I can't go on anymore. Among the 7 people locked in a room, the 5th brother asked the eldest brother, who had closed his eyes and was not moving. Don't be afraid. They won't starve us to death. Let's hang in there. At least they send us some water. When it's about time, we can eat something. The eldest brother was also hungry. He knew that he was hungry now, but it was not because of the discomfort in his stomach. His stomach had been numb for a long time. He only drank a little wine a day, so he was numb from hunger. If we knew this would happen, we wouldn't have sent a telegram. We don't know if the people on the other side have been caught. Sigh. I'm so hungry. My eyes are full of stars. Old Fifth kept swallowing his saliva. Only by doing so could he feel a little better. The other 5 people were also in the same state. They didn't even have the strength to open their eyes. They leaned there, looking like they were on the verge of exhaling but not taking in any breaths. Compared to their discomfort, Hu Liang was in a different situation. He did not lack food and drink. The only thing he lacked was freedom. Since he came to the house, he could not go outside casually. It was not like when he was on the ship, he could go to the deck and walk around. After he had eaten in the morning, he was escorted into the room. Here, not only was there a comfortable bed and mattress, there was also a bookshelf with many books on it. On the small table, there were tea leaves, 2 pots of water, dried fruits, and sunflower seeds. At this time, he was holding a book in his hand and reading. For the past few days, he had been used to this kind of life. Although he was still worried about others, he could endure this worry and try to not be so irritated. Just as he was reading the book, there was a knock on the door. Someone asked, "Is young Master Hu here?" "Yes, please come in." Hu Liang put down the book and looked at the door. He wanted to know what was going on. Under normal circumstances, no one would disturb him. As the door was pushed open, the inner courtyard, who had been in charge of his daily life, came in first and said to him with a smile, "Young Master Hu, do you feel bored?" "It's okay, there are books to read. It's better than just staying here. I just don't know when you will be able to get on the ship again. The days on the ship are more comfortable than here." Hu Liang frankly expressed his feelings. Then, he looked at the inner courtyard, hoping that the inner courtyard would tell him the purpose of his visit. "Young Master Hu, actually, we've also considered this matter. We reckon that you'll need to wait for another 2 days. In order to make sure that you won't be lonely, we've specially found a companion for you. Take a look and see if this person is all right." As the inner courtyard spoke, they shouted to the outside. Then, Shan Feng was pushed in. In an instant, Hu Liang and Shan Feng were stunned. The 2 of them opened their mouths at the same time and said, "Why is it you?" "See, I knew that young Master Hu knew him." "Good, you 2 can be companions. We will go out first. Young Master Shan, don't think of going out alone. Otherwise, you will easily lose your life. Goodbye." The inner courtyard left behind these words, smiled at the 2 of them, and turned to leave. Why didn't you hide properly? Why were you caught? Aren't you in charge of one-way communication? Where did they catch you?" Hu Liang did know the other party, and he also knew that the other party's status was not low. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt strange. Could it be that the spy system of the Zhang family and Wang family had infiltrated? When Shan Feng heard Hu Liang's question, he shook his head helplessly. He sat on a chair in the room, picked up a raisin, and stuffed it into his mouth. He slowly chewed until he swallowed it and said, "Don't mention it. I originally planned to meet Xiaobei and get some useful information from them. Therefore, when I found out that they were fishing by the West Lake, I got a boat to go there. In the end, before I could say a few words, they caught me." Sigh. "Ah. You are walking into a trap. You are confused. It's over. Just wait and see. It won't be long before they get the information from you. You should kill yourself." When Hu Liang heard the other party's words, he already knew what was going on. He actually went to provoke Xiaobei. When he was on the boat, he heard Xiaobei's words. Anyone who took the initiative to come over was to be caught and sent to Jiangzhou. It didn't matter even if they were caught wrongly for the time being. What was it called again? Oh, it was called better to catch 1,000 wrongly than to let one go. Shan Feng stopped eating and looked at Hu Liang in surprise. He asked, why would I commit suicide? I was in their place and had the opportunity to get information. When the time came, I would think of a way to escape or pass the information back. Wouldn't I have died for nothing if I committed suicide? If they asked me, I wouldn't say anything. Oh, I see. Have you already told all your secrets to him? You traitor, no wonder you are in such a good place. You must have told them what I looked like. Otherwise, they wouldn't have caught me directly. Shan Feng was furious. His eyes were red as he questioned Hu Liang. Hu Liang sneered. What difference does it make whether I told them or not? I have been in contact with the higher-ups. Moreover, the 8 of us have probably all been caught. I just don't know if the other 7 are dead or alive. Betray you. Every time I see you, you don't have a fixed place. If I want to betray you, I have to know where you are. You don't know how powerful they are. While the 2 of them were arguing, there was a knock on the door again. The person who had just left came in with the same smile. He said, how was your chat? I know that the 2 of you are still a little lonely, so I sent a few more people to you. It will be more lively when you are together. After saying that, Hu Liang shouted to the outside like before, bring them in. This time, 7 people came in. All of them looked weak. When both parties saw them, they said at the same time, why are you guys here? Chapter 1055. Hu Liang didn't know what to feel at this moment. He was a little happy that he had finally seen his other 7 brothers, and they were all still alive. There was no shortage of people. It was the same as what he had heard on the boat. The Zhang family and Wang family had really captured the other 7 people, but they had been sent to him a little later. At the same time, he felt a sense of self-blame. If he hadn't come to test them, he wouldn't have been captured. Similarly, his 7 brothers couldn't be exposed. Even though his daily life wasn't bad, he didn't know when he would suddenly lose his life. Looking at his 7 brothers, with their messy hair, swollen faces, and soulless eyes, he could imagine what kind of life they had after being captured. Big brother, you've all suffered. I, 8th brother, have implicated you. Hu Liang couldn't hold back the sadness in his heart and said sorrowfully. At this time, the Zhang family and Wang family's inner courtyard had already left. Only the 9 people from the same organization were left in the room. Shan Feng, who had always used a fake name and never used his real name, looked at the 7 people who had come later. He didn't know why, but he actually felt better. He originally thought that he had been sullen enough, but before he could display his eloquence, he had been reprimanded by Xiaobei with sharp words. Then, without giving him the slightest chance, he had been directly brought here with his mouth covered. He never thought that there would be people who had it worse than him. According to this, he should have performed well. Otherwise, he should have been tortured like the 7 people in front of him and then brought here to meet them. Thinking like this, Shan Feng's lips curled into a smile. He said, how could you be so careless? The 7 people who had come later had said this sentence in unison at the beginning. Now, after hearing the 2 people's words, they didn't open their mouths. Each one of them stood there in a daze. Their tired eyes carried a trace of relief, as well as a trace of suspicion. Hu Liang saw that the situation was not right. He walked forward a few steps and approached the boss. He asked with concern, Big brother, what's wrong? It's not a dream, it's not a dream, right? We brothers will meet again one day. Eighth brother, you didn't die. The eldest of the sworn brothers finally murmured, but his voice was light, and the words that came out of his mouth made people feel sad. Big brother, it's not a dream. I pinched myself. It hurts. Old eight, fifth brother is finally alive to see you. Quick, give me something to eat. Fifth brother is starving to death. Lao Wu, who was in the crowd, was still the most direct. He pinched his thigh hard, and the pain made him sober up a lot. As he spoke, he looked at the furnishings in the room. To be precise, he was looking at the small table in front of the chair. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already leaped out. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of the small table. His left hand grabbed the teacup and brought it to his mouth. He raised his head and gulped it down. His right hand was not idle either. He grabbed a handful of raisins from the plate of dried fruits. As soon as his mouth left the teacup, the raisins were stuffed into his mouth. There was almost no process of chewing. His Adam's apple moved and the raisins disappeared into his mouth. It's delicious. Damn, I've never tasted such delicious tea or eaten such fragrant raisins in my life. Old eight, it seems that you're doing well. Quick, give me something to eat. I'm starving to death. After the teacup and raisins entered his stomach, Lao Wu felt alive before he could digest them. His mental state was many times better than before. Hu Liang did not need to ask. Through Lao Wu's actions and words, he knew very well what the seven brothers had encountered. He quickly set up a tea set. He did not put tea leaves into the teapot. He picked up the thermos and poured water one by one. He called for the brothers to drink. The seven people who came later did not hold back. They did not even care if the water was hot or not. They drank from the teacup one by one. When the water entered their stomachs, they breathed in and felt the discomfort of their empty stomachs for the past few days. The fruits on the small table were divided among the seven people in an instant, and the plate became clean. Hu Liang ran to the door and opened it. He shouted, I want wine and food. Send it over quickly. I don't care if it's hot or cold. Quick, I'm going to die. The person at the door nodded with a smile. Young Master Hu, please wait a moment. It will be sent over immediately. But, the people who were caught later have not eaten properly for several days. Please don't hold out. Thank you, I understand. Hu Liang did not forget his identity. He thanked the person and turned back. Of the seven people who came later, after drinking the water, they looked more energetic. Of the seven who ate a lot of fruits, 3 of them kept vomiting. It should be the gastric acid reaction. Even so, the 3 of them endured and did not vomit. They knew that they would be fine after a while. Hu Liang picked up the nut pliers on the small table and used the fastest speed to open the shells of the nuts. He did not say anything and just let his brothers deliver the food. Shan Feng did not help. He found an empty chair in the room and sat on it to size up the 8 people. When he looked at the 8 people, he was puzzled. Hu Liang had been caught and received a separate room, books and other things. Why did the other 7 not have it? It seemed that they had been hungry for a period of time. This made him feel strange. Did the other party's different methods mean something? The 7 people who came later also did not say anything. They drank bowl after bowl of water and ate everything that could be eaten immediately. Other than letting old 8 help to open the nuts, they picked them up and bit them with their teeth. This hunger made them feel that anything they ate was delicious. It was just a feeling. As for the real taste, they did not have the time to taste it. Although they knew that the food from the Zhang family and Wang family would not be bad. In less than half an hour, people came in one after another. They placed a large round table in the middle of the room and put all kinds of dishes on it. In a short while, 16 dishes, 8 cold and 8 hot, were served. There was also a large bowl of soup, as well as cold steamed buns and hot rice. The steamed buns could not be heated up in a short time, but the rice and noodles could be kept warm. There was also a large jar of wine that weighed 10 catties. The group of people who served the dishes shuttled back and forth for a while. "Brothers, eat first," Hu Liang called out to the 7 people. He accompanied them but did not touch his chopsticks. The 7 people did not stand on ceremony. Very tacitly, no one touched the wine. Instead, they did the same action, holding a steamed bun in one hand and a pair of chopsticks in the other. Every time they choked, they would drink a mouthful of soup. Seeing that each of his brothers stuffed 2 steamed buns into their mouths in the blink of an eye, Hu Liang picked up the wine jar and poured wine for his brothers. He advised, "Eat slowly, eat slowly. If you eat too fast, your body can't take it. Eat slowly. How long has it been since you guys ate?" Shan Feng also sat at the table and did not touch his chopsticks. He was not hungry yet. Seeing that the 7 people were almost done eating, he asked. Once again, the 7 people very tacitly ignored Shan Feng. Their relationship with Shan Feng could not be considered close. In the past, when they occasionally came into contact, the other party still had that kind of high and mighty attitude. Now that they had been captured, the other party actually wanted to use his identity to show off to them. Did he think that since they were all prisoners, his previous identity was still useful? However, he was more interested in Hu Liang. Old Fifth took a sip of wine and used his hand to grab a braised pig trotter. As he chewed, he asked, "Old Eighth, we thought that you had been killed. Who knew that you were doing well? What did you do with them?" There was wine and food. The casual question stunned Hu Liang. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. He really wanted to tell the truth and say that he did not do anything. From the time he boarded the ship until now, he had been treated well. But he suddenly reacted. It was easy to say, but others would not believe it. If he did not do anything, why was he treated well and others not treated well? Moreover, the 7 brothers were captured and suffered a lot. You were enjoying yourself here. Could it be that you did not betray us? Thinking like this, Hu Liang sighed. He poured himself a bowl of wine and held it up. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of the 7 brothers. He drank another mouthful and said, "It's my fault. At the beginning, I thought that I could board the ship alone and find out some useful information. I would immediately meet up with you and pass on the message. Who would have thought that as soon as I boarded the ship, my plan would be seen through? Then, I was brought to the deck and placed there for others to see. They searched the surrounding area intensively. You know, if their intelligence systems set their sights on an area, the secrets of that area would not be able to be kept. Just as you can see, my days are not bad. From the time I boarded the ship until now, I have seen the wine and food provided by the Zhang family and Wang family. I can also eat dishes that I have never heard of before. But my days are good, but my heart is uncomfortable. The day before yesterday, they told me that they wanted me to see you, but it was delayed until today. Today, not only did I see you, but I also saw Brother Shan Feng. I guess they have achieved their goal. Our family is in danger." When he said this, it was much more comfortable to hear. Hu Liang did not mention whether he had betrayed others. Instead, he indirectly emphasized the power of the Zhang family and Wang family's intelligence system. "Old Eight, we understand. If you were the one who betrayed us, you should have come to persuade us when we were captured, and not have someone send us here today. After all, you also know what we know. As the eldest brother, he told Hu Liang a few words to reassure him. The other brothers who had different thoughts before felt that this was indeed the case when they heard the eldest brother's words. They nodded one after another. Hu Liang was very moved. His brothers understood him, unlike Shan Feng, who doubted him first when they met. He was in a good mood. He picked up his chopsticks and found a cold dish to eat. He also poured wine for his brothers, raised his bowl and said, "I think you have not had a good time in the past few days. From now on, until they decide whether to let us die or not, you don't have to worry about not being able to eat. Cheers." Cheers. The 7 of them raised their bowls at the same time. You guys are really open-minded. Don't you know the other party's methods? They want you to live a comfortable life for a while, then torture you. Now, you should listen to me. Rest for today, and wait for me to find an opportunity. Follow me out. Even if you have to risk your lives, you have to deliver this important news to the higher-ups. God is watching us. Shan Feng still did not touch anything on the table. He sat up straight, looked around, and said in a deep voice. His words received cold looks from the 8 of them. Hu Liang directly asked, "You think you can break out? You want us brothers to die? If you want to break out, do it yourself. Don't drag us along. We haven't lived long enough." After speaking to Shan Feng, Hu Liang said to the 7 of them, 7 brothers, "In the past few days, I've been following the teams of the Zhang family and Wang family. I've heard and seen a lot. Only now did I know that our God is a fake. He didn't do anything, and he didn't help the people of Tang become rich. Don't talk nonsense. Haven't you seen how powerful our God is? The Zhang family and Wang family are all liars. Our God said that he would make Tang better. In 1 year, everyone would be able to eat delicacies. In the end, Zhang family and Wang family ruined it. But our God is still our God. His ability is not something that mortals can imagine. Even if the demons of the Zhang family and Wang family wanted to stop him, our God still gradually made Tang better." Shan Feng raised his hand and pointed up. His face was full of sincerity, making it seem like he was right. The 7 brothers were stunned. They also looked up at the canopy and nodded. Their faces were also full of sincerity. However, Hu Liang snorted in disdain and said, "Liars, you are the liars. The Zhang family and Wang family are not. Do you think that little light effect you made can fool others? Do you think it can fool me? Do you know what Xiaobei's reaction was when I told her how powerful our God was? Old 8, what is a light effect? You told Xiaobei. Xiaobei, that little girl from the Zhang family and Wang family. You can still see her." Old 5 put away his pious expression and looked at Hu Liang. Although the Lord was powerful in his heart, he felt closer to a brother like Old 8 who had gone through life and death together. The Lord was too distant, but brothers were real. Hu Liang glanced at Mountain Wind and explained to his 7 brothers, "The lighting effect is to make use of the various changes in light and the different reactions of people's eyes to light. Then, it's a fake thing. Anyway, that's what Xiaobei told me. In the past, when we were pulled into a room and looked out of the window at night, we saw people flying into the sky and making all kinds of movements. Fake, all fake. Xiaobei let me see something even more amazing. That thing Xiaobei called a movie, also called an animation. I could only see it clearly when I saw it. Humans were humans, animals were animals. They appeared on a piece of white cloth, as though they were right in front of my eyes. There were also sounds coming from all directions. Xiaobei is the little princess of the Zhang family and Wang family. Since I boarded the ship, I saw them every day. I saw what they did for Tang, and I saw all kinds of news about Tang from the inner yard. Only then did I know that the one who was really thinking about Tang was not the god, but the Zhang family and Wang family. Xiao Bei, they are still children, so they have to think of ways to help the children in other places of Tang. Hu Liang thought about the days on the ship and felt endless emotions. Not only did he see shocking images, but he also saw and heard what the Zhang family and Wang family had done. When Hu Liang said this, the 7 people's expressions changed. They were more willing to believe in their 8th brother. Old 5, who had always been straightforward, asked curiously, "Is Xiao Bei as cute as the rumors say? Is it easy to make a movie?" Old 8, "Can you ask them to show it to us? Just hearing about it makes my heart itch. It's better to see it with my own eyes." "No problem. When we get on the ship again, I'll mention it to them. It won't be long. Xiao Bei will only stay in Hangzhou for 2 days. She has to leave for Jiangzhou soon." Hu Liang agreed without hesitation. In his opinion, it was not a big deal. In the past few days, he had watched 3 animations. He had even seen the glass that produced the animations. Although there was some wear and tear every time it was played, it was not a big problem. The Zhang family and the Wang family were rich. It was a good opportunity for his 7 brothers to see so that they would not be cheated in the future. As Shan Feng listened and watched, he realized that something was wrong. He coughed and said, "Hu Liang, you are the one who is lying to others. Don't you know how powerful the god is?" When the god saw that life in the human world was not good, he came down to help the human world. First, he asked an old man. When he passed by a village, he told the people in the village to believe in him. He could help people to get rid of their suffering and let them live a good life. At that time, there was a seriously ill person in the village. He believed in the god and gave the god the best food to eat and the best room to sleep in. The god saw that he was pious, so the god helped him. His illness was cured immediately. There was another person who did not believe in the god and mocked him. The god did not say anything. After the god left, this person fell ill because he knew how powerful the god was and was afraid. When Shan Feng spoke, his eyes were fixed in one direction. He did not move, as if he was the incarnation of the god. When he saw the 8 people looking over, he said, "Another time, the god passed by a village and turned into a child. He told the people in the village about his identity and made them believe him. Many people in the village believed him, but some did not. In the end, when the village was flooded, the people who believed in the god had their houses washed away. The people who did not believe in the god had their houses washed away. Don't you know about this?" "Bah! Shan Feng, you are too shameless. We have not seen it with our own eyes. Just because you say so. I am not the same person as before. I will not be fooled again. The god is so powerful. Call the god over and ask him to make a table of dishes for me to try." In the past, I always heard you talk about this and that. At first, I believed it, but now that I know, who doesn't know how to talk about it? Make it up. Who doesn't know how to make up stories? Xiao Bei's story for Pan is even better. I heard a lot, but I have not seen it even once. Also, you said that there was a flood. You said that they believed in the god and then the god sent them food. You said it was true. You even asked people to find out. There was indeed a flood and food was sent there. But it was not sent the next day at noon like you said. It was sent that night. Not only was there food, there was also medicine. That was because the Zhang family and Wang family activated the emergency system. As soon as Shan Feng finished speaking, Hu Liang spat on the ground. In the past, he had heard a lot of things like this. He had gathered with people from other places and heard all kinds of things about the god. Some people even testified and he believed them. But when he got on Xiao Bei's boat, he compared some of the things he had heard before and asked the people from the Zhang and Wang families. The inner courtyard directly gave him the data, including how many people were affected by the disaster, how large the area was, how many things were sent, who paid for it, how the disaster happened, and everything else. Hu Liang's 7 brothers looked back and forth between Hu Liang and Shan Feng. For a moment, they didn't know who was telling the truth and who was telling the truth. Shan Feng sneered and questioned Hu Liang, "You said that what I said was false, so what you said was true. Did you see it with your own eyes? Didn't you hear what the Zhang family and Wang family said to lie to you? The god has already said that the Zhang family and Wang family are scourges on the world. Of course they would lie." Hu Liang didn't answer Shan Feng. Instead, he poured wine for his 7 brothers and said sincerely, "Brothers, I admit that I didn't see it with my own eyes. But when I was with Xiao Bei and the others, I heard the idea they came up with. The day before yesterday, at noon, they were building the 4,000 Candy House combined amusement park in various places of the Tang Empire. There was a piece of news in Penglai, Dengzhou, that many children there were sick. There were bugs in their stomachs. Sometimes, they were found when they were defecating. You all know that there is medicine to drink, but most of the time, it can't be cured. Old age, I know. I had it when I was young. Now, I still feel that there are bugs in my stomach. But it's fine as long as they don't harm me. Who knows how the bugs got in?" Old 5 said, indicating that he knew what was going on. The eldest brother also asked, "Old 8, it's normal for children to have bugs in their stomachs. Why? Do they have a solution?" "I heard from the elders that it's okay to drink vinegar, but not all. It's uncomfortable when you get sick." Hu Liang nodded and said, "Yes, it's not easy to cure, but that was in the past." When Xiao Bei got the news, he immediately sent a telegram to the medical school. Then, the medical school replied that they had just developed a worm called roundworm. They need to take medicine to prevent infection. In the end, Xiao Bei immediately said that she wanted the local candy house to use the method of giving out candy. She wanted to turn the originally tasteless things into candy according to her brother and sister's instructions and give them out for free. Furthermore, all the local pigs started to undergo special treatment. Also, they started to ask and investigate all over the Tang Empire. The cost is also covered by the Candy House Fund. Do you know how much it costs? I asked Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei got someone to do a rough calculation. If there is 1 child in every 5, it will cost 500,000 strings of coins because there is also the transportation fee. I heard it from others, but whether it's true or not, wait until we go out and ask a local candy house to see if there are children there for treatment. Then, everything will be clear. Shan Feng, can the Lord you mentioned give us a chance to see what he does? Xiao Bei and the others used the money they earned to buy the things they send. Do you think the Lord's gifts come out of thin air? Then why don't you let the Lord do more? Why do you let others send things to the Lord? The Lord directly sends food, clothes, and other things to everyone's home. Will there be anyone who doesn't believe in the Lord? Yes, yes. If the Lord is so powerful, why didn't the Lord send us some food when we were almost starved to death after being caught? I was already starving to death, how can I still believe in the Lord? Lao Wu completely changed and began to question Shan Feng. Wei Wei smiled, not afraid of others asking this question. She nodded at Lao Wu and said, "That is the Lord testing you to see if you are pious and believe in the Lord." What Hu Liang said just now is what I want to say. When the Lord came to this world, he already knew that there would be people with worms in their stomachs. He proposed a solution early on, but was stopped by the Zhang family and Wang family. In the end, the Lord was angry. They were afraid of the Lord, so they took out the solution at this time. Everything in this world is given to you by the Lord. Those who believe in the Lord will live a good life. Those who do not believe in the Lord will not live a good life. If the Lord did not exist, your land would not be able to grow food. The Lord is high above. He cares for those who believe in the Lord, but he also tests them. Only by following the Lord's will unwaveringly can one finally obtain eternal life. The 7 of you did not pass the Lord's test, but the Lord still gave you a chance to see Hu Liang and eat. This is the Lord's arrangement. Bah! This time, the 8 of them spat at Shan Feng at the same time. Lao Wu stood up and called out, "Brothers, beat him. I finally know what it means to be shameless. I want to see when the Lord will save him. Let's do it." With a whoosh, the 8 of them rushed forward. Hu Liang was the first. He had recovered well these past few days. The other 7 brothers had just eaten and were still weak. Shan Feng was first hugged by Hu Liang, and then he fell down for some reason. The rest was simple. Even when he was knocked unconscious, Hu Liang's 8 brothers didn't see the Lord come to help him. Only the inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family opened the door and took a look. He said, "Don't beat him to death. He's still useful." Then, he left. Awesome, really fucking awesome. He lied to us for a long time. I really thought there was a Lord. If he said something else, I might have believed him. But in the end, he was actually so shameless. He continued to drink. After all, the dishes were given by the Lord. Lao Wu said happily. Seeing that Shan Feng had fainted, he clapped his hands and sat back down. Hu Liang went to the door and opened it. He said to the person outside, "He might be sleepy. Find a place for him to sleep." "Yes, young Master Hu. The medical staff is already here. I think the bed has been arranged." The person at the door nodded and answered. Turning back, Hu Liang felt very relaxed. There was also a special kind of carefreeness in his heart. He asked the 7 brothers, "Do you believe me?" "Yes, you are the 8th brother." "Actually, not all of us do. Our family used to be poor and can read. Look at what is written on the plate." Lao Wu, who looked like a rough man, actually said that he could read. He pointed to the plate that was half eaten and said. Hu Liang really paid attention to this. He used his chopsticks to move the plate to the side and saw the words that were printed when the porcelain was baked. Since ancient times, food is the god of the people. Perhaps some rich people think that food is cheap. If you want to show off that you bought a Cheong pavilion, you have to be rich to waste rice and noodles. Shang Xiaobao. This is. Hu Liang was surprised. The eldest brother said, "This should be prepared for the people who go to between the clouds and the water and blue sea silver sand. I heard that the pictures and words under the plates are very good. If the restaurant gives away the dishes, there will be such words under the plates. It is a very good method. The people who can go to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang restaurant are not ordinary people. Otherwise, they can't even afford to order a dish. Each of them will probably think that they are extraordinary and rich. Therefore, Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that they would waste it. For example, they would spend a lot of money to buy a lot of food. Therefore, he specially wrote his name on the plate for the complimentary dishes. Think about it, in the Tang dynasty, who dares to compete with Zhang Xiaobao in terms of money? I guess the complimentary dishes are chosen by the restaurant staff according to the number of dishes ordered by the guests. For example, if there are 8 of us and we order 20 dishes, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes because they think we can finish them. If we order 40 dishes and ask for 50 trays of steamed buns, the staff will give us the complimentary dishes first. Do you think that if we see the words on the plate, we will dare to order more? Ordering more would be a provocation. Just by looking at this plate, we can see the magnanimity of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. They want to make money, but they want to do it openly. Moreover, they want to tell the diners that the food is precious, and it is not a matter of who is spending whose money. Therefore, we choose to believe you because the Lord will not do such a thing. The Lord has always wanted others to give him money, and then he will help to distribute it to others. As for how much he has distributed, we don't know. Lao San also said, "Isn't that so? Before we were caught, we went to the supermarket to take a look. There is a new donation box. It is placed there in the name of the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family and the emperor. It said that if you don't want to carry the change with you, you can just throw it in the box. Of course, if you want to throw as much as you want, they can use it to do things for the people of Tang. It is also written that all the people of Great Tang can go to the place where the telegram was sent and ask about the amount and purpose of the donation." At that time, we were a little shaken, but we still believed in the Lord once. Now, we don't believe in the Lord anymore. The Lord may be saving the world, but Tang doesn't need that Lord. Tang has His Majesty and the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. That is enough. The others nodded in agreement. Let's not talk about these things anymore. Drink first. After drinking, I will personally look for Xiao Bei and tell him that we were wrong in the past. It is up to Xiao Bei to decide whether we should be killed or tortured. Hu Liang nodded and picked up the wine bowl again. Grandfather, see, I told you. The people of Tang are good. It is not easy to deceive them. Now you know why I don't want to kill, right? Because sometimes, killing is not the solution. Xiao Bei's voice suddenly sounded at the door, and the door opened. Xiao Bei appeared at the door, with Wang Ju at his side. At the sight of Xiao Bei, Hu Liang stood up first. Seeing that his 7 brothers were still in a daze, he quickly said, "Brothers, this is Xiao Bei." With a whoosh, the 7 of them stood up at the same time, their eyes on Xiao Bei as they carefully sized him up. Xiao Bei did not have stage fright and generously allowed them to see. He even spread his arms and spun around as if he was dancing. He asked with a smile, "Isn't he beautiful?" "Oh, damn, why didn't you let me see Xiao Bei earlier?" The telegram is under my family's control. Xiao Bei reached out and patted Lao Wu's hand, looking like they were working happily together. After Xiao Bei ordered a few more seafood dishes and toasted the 8 of them with a glass of wine and left, the 8 of them still felt like they were in a dream. Lao Wu, this Xiao Bei is really too fun to play with. She is also very smart. No matter what we say, she can understand the meaning behind it. You were with her for a few days. You are really too blessed. If I have children in the future, I will be satisfied even if they are half as good as Xiao Bei. Lao Wu ate the seafood and said to Hu Liang. His tone was full of envy. From his words, it seemed that it was good to be able to stay with Xiao Bei for a while. Hu Liang deeply agreed with Lao Wu's words. As he peeled the prawns, he said, "Xiao Bei is indeed cute, but you didn't see how the 9 of them look when they are together. Each of them looks different. When they are playing, they are no different from other children. However, when they gather to discuss things, they are like little adults. It is very interesting. When I was with them, I heard them discuss things and then made a decision. There are some aspects that I can't think of. Unfortunately, there are many children in the world, but there is only one Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the world. They can't teach other children like how they teach their younger siblings. Because the way they teach is based on each child. Only the emperor's 2 children have this opportunity now. Forget it. We will talk about the future in the future. After we eat, find a place for us to have a good sleep. We haven't had a good rest for the past few days. We are always on tenterhooks. Lao Wu yawned as he spoke. Obviously, he was already sleepy. Look, isn't the matter solved? The people of the Tang Empire are not bad. They can be deceived for a while, but they can't be deceived forever. Unless the people don't eat, drink, or need anything, as long as they still need something, they will know who is good and who is bad. After Xiao Bei went out of the door, she said to the surprised Wang Ju. Wang Ju was used to her granddaughter's power. She bent down and picked Xiao Bei up. She praised, "Our Xiao Bei is still the best. You are even better than Xiao Bao." Xiao Bao planned to kill someone, but Xiao Bei actually helped him do something very useful. "Quick, tell your brother." Xiao Bei nodded repeatedly. It was very important to her to help her brother and sister solve some problems. Just as she was being carried by Wang Ju to the place where the telegram was sent, a person rushed in from the inner courtyard and reported to Xiao Bei, that Shan Feng woke up, but it was as if he was possessed. He said that he wanted something from him. Then, tears and snot flowed out together. He was very strong. The 2 guards had a hard time holding him. What did he want? Xiao Bei asked with a frown. He carried a purse with him. There was something black inside. When we searched, we left it behind. That thing doesn't seem to be dangerous. The person in the inner courtyard replied. Let me have a look. Then, get some and send it to him. Let's see what he wants with that thing. Tell me, and I will send a telegram to my brother and sister. Xiao Bei was also puzzled. What was so good about it? Soon, the thing was sent over. The person in the inner courtyard also told Xiao Bei how Shan Feng used that thing. Xiao Bei sent a telegram to her brother and sister as quickly as possible. Chapter 1056. What do you mean by keeping your hair? Tell me. Li Longji's voice sounded at the door. Zhang Xiaobao was very helpless. He didn't close the door now because if he did, Li Longji would put his ear against the door to listen. Therefore, in order to prevent his ears from hurting, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't close the door. Anyway, they didn't do anything during the day, so they weren't afraid of being seen. Therefore, Li Longji got rid of his bad habit of leaning against the door to eavesdrop. At least he didn't have to worry about his ears turning red when he touched something. Of course, every time he appeared, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would know. Even on flat ground, Zhang Xiaobao's ears were useful, let alone on a boat. Unless Li Longji had a half-meter thick cushion under his feet, it was impossible for Zhang Xiaobao not to hear. Do you want people to shave their hair like nuns and monks? Li Longji didn't feel that his appearance was too abrupt and continued to speak. Not necessarily. People who do a lot of work cut their hair short. Otherwise, it would affect their work. It's so awkward to have it coiled on the head. Sometimes, beauty doesn't lie in the hair. It's fine for women to keep it long, but it's better for men to cut it short. It's not worth it to work hard on your hair every day. Zhang Xiaobao took over the conversation. In fact, he knew that women didn't need to keep their hair long. But nowadays, when people evaluated beauty, the style of hair was very important. Moreover, he liked women with long hair. He believed that many men also liked women with long hair. Li Longji really didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing this issue. He was very puzzled and said, actually, you don't need to wash your hair every day. Just put it in the bun and tidy it up when you get up in the morning. If you cut it, it'll look very ugly. It doesn't matter if it's coiled up, but isn't the hygiene condition not good now? There are lice and scorpions, and it's easy to spread diseases. The new news is that many children in Dengzhou have fallen ill. It doesn't seem like a big deal, it's just a bug. However, as time passed, the person would become thin and would not have much energy. This would have a great impact on the child's growth and development. Some people might even die. It was not easy for any family to raise a child. If a child died at the age of 10 or 7, just the heartache would not be able to recover in a short period of time. We can't always think that life and death are inevitable. We can't just consider the number of people who died this year as compared to last year. Then, we will feel that we have improved. But this year's population is 100 million, and last year's population was 95 million. If we can't be high and mighty and use numbers to measure society, then what kind of emperor are you? The more Zhang Xiaobao spoke, the angrier he got. This was because he thought of what had happened between him and Wang Wan. It was as if everything was just data, and everyone in the country was just an ordinary existence in the numbers. For example, how many people died in various disasters, and how much money was invested in disaster relief. Was there a need for others to explain? This was especially so for industrial disasters, mining disasters, and medical disasters. They could actually determine the range of deaths. It was as if the people who died were within the range, then it would be fine. But if the people who died were outside the range, then they would be dealt with severely. But what about every family? Can they accept this kind of data ratio? If it was really calculated like this, then if there was only one child in the family, and he died, then what was the loss to the family? It was 100%. 100% was not data, but the loss of a person in life. Xiao Bao, aren't we looking at data now? Sometimes, there are many helpless situations in life. When soldiers are training, there are also casualties. You said that you like to see animals do that. If a zebra was eaten by a lion, then don't tell me other zebras don't live. Wang Wan could feel Zhang Xiaobao's emotions and knew what he was thinking. But sometimes, there were some things that made people helpless. Sitting in that position, there were many fetters. At that moment, Zhang Xiaobao was very stubborn. He said angrily, the data doesn't matter, but what we want now is not to pursue profits or an increase in the GNP. What we want is the survival rate of people. Even if your local government pays me 1 billion strings of cash a year, I won't allow you to kill people according to this ratio. What do you mean by helpless? If you're incompetent, then say that you're incompetent. Why are you saying that you're helpless? If you spend all your energy on climbing up, then of course you're helpless about the people's livelihood. When you sit in that position, then you start complaining, it's not easy for me either. Is it easy to sit in that position? Why don't you give in when you're fighting for the position? If you let others sit in it easily, won't they have the energy to care about the people's livelihood? Isn't it because you want to fight for power? After the fight, you still have to check and balance. Then, just say that you're selfish. Don't fucking say that you're selfless and fucking president. Xiao Bao, Her Majesty is talking to you. What president? Wang Wan glared at him. In fact, she also agreed with what Zhang Xiaobao said. Of course, people were for themselves and their families, including her family. All the selfless words were to deceive the stupid people, Zhang Xiaobao said. But people were like this. They were a complicated species. Even if it were someone else, it would still be the same. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao was idealizing people. President. Manager, book, knife and pen, okay. Your Majesty, what did you just say? Zhang Xiaobao took 2 deep breaths and asked. Li Longji knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't seem to be so peaceful, but he didn't understand the hint in their words. He coughed softly and said, I just said that cutting short hair doesn't look good, right? Ah, this? It's my fault. I thought too much. That, about hair. In fact, short hair is also beautiful. My family is going to launch a new shampoo. Any man with short hair will be given a set. One for himself, the other for his wife or his mother. Tonight, I'll find a few men in the inner courtyard and help them cut their hair. Then tomorrow, Your Majesty, you can see if they have to be like monks. To be honest, I don't like the monks' hairstyle. It's just that when they came here, there were more diseases in their place, so they cut their hair and didn't eat beef. When they came here, they didn't eat meat. In fact, there's no need for that. Buddhism talks about the 6 realms of reincarnation. Sometimes, killing is also to help animals enter the human path. Yes, the human path is not the human path, nor is it the infernal path. People say that it's pure and clean, but it has nothing to do with shaving their hair. There are many people who don't have hair, but their hearts are not pure. They always think too much about utilitarian things. I'll cut a few hairstyles. Your Majesty, take a look and decide which one you think is good. Let the working people of the Tang Empire try their best to learn. Zhang Xiaobao realized that he had thought too far. To be precise, the scope of the connection was too wide. It was better to return to the problem of hair. Li Longji was confused. When he came here, he was talking about the problem of growing his hair. Why did it become a mess when it came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, Li Longji nodded in confusion. He said, there's also smallpox. You've done well in the past few years. The number of people who contracted smallpox has decreased, but you can't relax. You have to persevere. I've learned from the intelligence system that when people in the other countries contracted smallpox, they died in large numbers. There were no survivors in the entire village. Li Longji was very satisfied with this. When he thought about it, everything seemed to have started after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou. At that time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were the same age as Little Bei and the others now. This made him think that children of this age, according to the education of the 2 experts, were at the beginning of their lives. It seemed that after Zhang Zhong came to Luzhou, the speed of Tang Empire's development suddenly increased. If it was not because of their age, could it be that the emperor was far away? If that was the case, as the emperor, he seemed to have to bear some responsibility. He should have asked them to stay away from him. Perhaps they were developing faster now. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan before he lowered his head to make tea. Wang Wan knew Zhang Xiaobao was agitated again. She could not understand why Zhang Xiaobao would be so emotional when it came to this topic. Could it be related to his life experience? When she saw Zhang Xiaobao beginning to adjust his emotions, Wang Wan said, Your Majesty, smallpox is actually nothing. After some time, tuberculosis can also be cured. Now that you have tuberculosis, you'll definitely die. In the future, if you want to die, you won't die unless the person is willing to die. The medical school's research has reached the final stage. When the medicine is ready, Xiao Bao and I will come up with a strategy of free treatment and subsidies. Even if you have tuberculosis, you don't have to spend the money for treatment. During the treatment, we'll also compensate them for the money they need for their normal work. This is because some families are most afraid of not having enough money to treat their main labor force when they get sick. Now that many diseases are treated for free, they are most afraid of not having a source of income. So, I've discussed it with Xiao Bao. The treatment period is not long. Not all diseases have to be treated for many years. We'll compensate them for their living expenses. This way, they will take the initiative to come for treatment. Li Longji thought for a moment and said, "All right, we'll do as you say. I don't care about money. In any case, with Xiao Bao around, how much can I spend if I want to? Also, you have to pay attention to malaria. I can take care of money. Every time I think of people losing their lives because of money, I feel that I am not qualified to be an emperor. It's just like the primitive society in the past. Could it be that the leader of a tribe, just because someone in his tribe didn't hunt more prey, would watch that person slowly die after he was injured without doing anything? I believe that no tribe leader would do this. He might not be able to keep up with medical science or technology, but he would definitely think of a way to save this person. Because of various conditions, it's hopeless that he can't be saved. However, the conditions in the Tang Empire now are already good. If someone who should have survived with such technology dies in the end because the emperor doesn't care, then what's the point of being an emperor? Wang Wan was taken aback. She carefully sized up Li Longji and solemnly nodded. Your Majesty, don't worry. In the Tang Empire, no one dares to compete with you for the position, not even the crown prince. As long as he shows the slightest intention, Xiao Bao and I will wipe out him and his forces. You can be an emperor. Not to mention that when you're on the throne, all the people in the Tang Empire won't have any problems. As long as you have a clear conscience, you can focus all your energy on the people. You can maintain this heart. As for other things, Xiao Bao and I will take care of them. This is the first time I've found that an imperial country is so good. With a good emperor, the people only need to listen to the emperor. It's so simple. What imperial country? Li Longji found that he had come into contact with a lot of things today and couldn't understand them for a while. Nothing, Your Majesty. You can go and try the tower candy. The people on the ship just made it for children. Try it and see if it's sweet. Zhang Xiaobao took over and smiled at Li Longji. You too. Li Longji truly didn't know what to say. He felt very comfortable because Wang Wan's words just now had been very clear. He didn't need to worry about whether his position as emperor could be taken away by others. Just as he had thought, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't want to be emperor, but they liked to treat the Tang Empire as their own. If he cooperated with them, they would protect him. It was very confusing. They clearly had the power to be emperor, so why didn't they want to be? Instead, they were willing to stay below and do things. Of course, they weren't above everyone else. He understood that they didn't fear him at all. It seemed that they had been like this since they were very young. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that they didn't want to be emperor. In their eyes, imperial power was truly insignificant. Li Longji really couldn't measure Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan with his own thoughts. He shook his head, walked outside, and said, "Don't be too tired. Kill whoever stops you. Don't you need to consider my opinion? Don't you know me?" Li Longji's words made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan absent-minded for a moment. His words were too clear. He meant that even if it was a king or a prince, as long as they felt that they were in the way, they could kill them. Yes, didn't they know Li Longji? How did he get to the throne? How did he treat the former meritorious officials after he got to the throne? He was also very cold-blooded. It was only because he met the two of them that he changed. However, some of the characteristics in his blood wouldn't change. Zhang Xiaobao opened his mouth and was about to speak when someone from the inner courtyard rushed in, almost bumping into Li Longji. The inner courtyard didn't care about this. Once he came in, he spoke to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Young master, young lady, there's news from young lady Xiaobei's side. She successfully instigated Hu Liang and the other 8 people, but she discovered that the person with the fake name of Shan Feng was making a black substance into smoke. If he didn't inhale it, he would feel uncomfortable. Young master, young lady, please make a decision. Because when she was giving it to a man to smoke, she asked him questions. In order to be able to smoke, that man would answer anything. He also said that there were many people over there who smoked black substances. After smoking it, they felt comfortable. Ah. Black substance. Does it become soft when roasted over fire? Is it usually very hard and bitter when eaten? Zhang Xiaobao asked with wide eyes. Wang Wan also became nervous and said, as far as I know, there are very few people who take the initiative to smoke and can quit at any time. Xiaobao, you seem to be one of them, right? Chapter 1057. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, it's all right. It's quite unbearable, but it gets better in the later stages. I used a lot of medicine, so it's not that effective anymore. Wang Wan understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant by the later stages. In the later stages, Zhang Xiaobao was sick, and that was why they used medicine. But in the past, Zhang Xiaobao was not sick, and he had taken the initiative to take medicine a few times. His purpose was naturally to infiltrate other people's gangs to earn money. But after Zhang Xiaobao left, he immediately became like a person who did not use medicine. He was not affected at all. The physical and psychological impact was not something that anyone could withstand. Perhaps it was this kind of willpower that determined Zhang Xiaobao's achievements. What medicine are you two talking about? Li Longji did not know what was going on. Flowers, poppies. We planted a lot of poppies in Great Tang. They are under the jurisdiction of the Medical Academy, and in the garden of Xingqing Palace. Zhang Xiaobao reminded. Li Longji finally knew what it was, but he was still surprised. It's very pretty, and it's in all kinds of colors. The Medical Academy planted it too. It's also used in medicine. It's a medicine. Otherwise, who would plant it? But even eating ginseng can cost one's life, not to mention this kind of thing. I didn't expect that others would discover the secret and use it to win people over. This is troublesome. Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache when he thought of the thing that had been boiled. It can be used in medicine. Can't take too much. What if the illness doesn't heal? Can it stop people from taking medicine? Li Longji asked 4 more questions in a row. How do I put it? This kind of medicine is usually effective in a short period of time. If it's not effective, it's only used to relieve pain. If it's taken for a long period of time, it means that the person is done for. They will either die of illness or die from the medicine. Just like tea leaves, there's also tobacco. If you drink too much tea, you will also become addicted. Coptis root, bitter, and dry grass. If you get used to it, you will also become addicted. But if you want to stop being addicted to this kind of thing, not everyone can endure it. Now, other people are not only using religion to confuse people, but they are also using opium poppy. It can be said that they are using a 2-pronged approach. In addition to changing people's beliefs, they also need to help the addicted get rid of their drug addiction. At this moment, Zhang Xiaobao finally felt that this matter was tricky. He was very clear on how much of an effect the combination of one's thoughts and one's physiology would have. Poppies had never been publicized to the people of the Great Tang. Occasionally, someone would get their hands on some, but they would treat them as ornamental flowers. Even if there were barefoot doctors who researched everything and used traditional methods to boil the shell of the poppy and mix it with porridge to treat diarrhea, they would never think of cutting out the juice and boiling it into a colloid. Now, people were promoting religions, and then those who believed in them, the core members, would eat such things or smoke. This would cause people to hallucinate and think that it was the power of the lord of the religion. In this way, the believers would definitely be more confident. Zhang Xiaobao was all too clear on the feeling of taking drugs. It was very comfortable, and that feeling wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. But once it was gone, they would first feel empty in their hearts, followed by all kinds of reactions from their bodies. Not to mention that most people were ignorant, even he and Wang Wan were in the same situation. There were countless organizations that used drugs to control people. The scary thing about drugs was that they were clearly aware of the dangers, but they were still unwilling to resist. Even if they knew that taking drugs was wrong, they were willing to make mistakes again and again. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaobao covered his face with his hands and knocked his head on the table with a loud thud. He sat there motionless. Wang Wan's reaction wasn't much better. She sat there dejectedly and sighed. This was the first time Li Longji saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan like this. He was puzzled and asked, "Cuckoo, that flower, is it really harmful?" "It's true. If you use it, even if someone tells you that it can help you become an immortal and live forever, you will still believe it. Especially now, the common people are still not very knowledgeable and can't understand the effects of that thing. It's like a dream, and people can't distinguish between reality and illusion. If it's used by the army, their combat power will be very strong for a short period of time. Even if you cut off a few pieces of flesh from their body with a knife, they won't be affected. Even if they are shot normally and should die, they can still hold on for a while. Now you understand, right?" Wang Wan hated the person who invented opium. If one didn't get sick, there was no benefit to taking it. Then why not use it in the army? "The flowers planted in my Xingqing palace won't harm me, right?" Li Longji still couldn't understand. Wang Wan shook her head. "It's fine if it's just the flowers. Who said that the army didn't use it? Everyone in the seedling protection team carries it with them, but no one will eat it normally. They will only eat it at critical times, such as when they are seriously injured or extremely tired. Then, they will eat it when there is a mission that needs to be completed, and when there is danger, they will overdraw their life force in a short period of time to make a last stand. When we go to war, the special forces will also carry it." "Oh, so that's how it is." "It's good to use it for good, and it's evil to use it for evil. Is the addiction really that big? I want to try it and see if it's as you two said." Li Longji made a very normal reaction. "Absolutely not." Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and kept waving his hand. He said, "Many people are addicted to it because they are curious. The first few times they eat it, they don't feel anything, and they might even feel uncomfortable. When they feel comfortable, they won't touch it anymore. Out of 10,000 people, only one will succeed. From what Cuckoo said just now, Xiaobao, you seem to have used it before. And you are fine, so why can't I try it?" Li Longji remembered what the two of them said just now. When Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something, Wang Wan interrupted, "There will be a chance in the future, Your Majesty. We will let you try it, but not now. As for Xiaobao, how many Xiaobaos are there in the world? Let the boat speed up. I think Xiaobei and the others won't be able to handle it, especially when such a situation occurs." Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his face and regained his confidence. He also thought it through. After all, he wasn't the one who was addicted. If it was someone else, he could just lock it up and wait for them to slowly recover from it. Wang Wan nodded. "We have to go there quickly. Also, the newspapers should increase the publicity and tell people that that thing can't be eaten. If they eat it, it will cause harm." "The harm is..." Thinking of the harm, Wang Wan hesitated. Telling people that it would cause them to become addicted to it, causing them to become sluggish. In the end, they might even die and spend all their family's money. Back then, everyone seemed to understand this principle, but the effect was not obvious. Tell them that if they use that thing, it will harm their children, and they won't be able to reincarnate. If they have already taken it, quickly tell the Zhang family and Wang family in other places. The Zhang family and Wang family will help them get rid of the poison curse. Zhang Xiaobao helped to think of a solution. Li Longji was stunned for a moment, then he said in admiration, "Xiaobao is really smart. According to what you said, I also know how great the harm is." Nowadays, when treating diseases in Great Tang, there is a subject of curses. Its effect is similar to the comforting medicine that your medical school gives out. The medicine itself doesn't have any effect, but it can make people feel that it's effective. Thus, the success rate of treatment will increase. If that thing can really produce hallucinations, perhaps it can also play a big role in treating diseases. If people eat it, they will have comfortable hallucinations, and then they will be able to win people's hearts. The effect is not small. Yes, that thing itself can produce such effects. Otherwise, we wouldn't have allowed the medical school to research it. We're afraid that the rich will ask them for more money if they eat it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Li Longji's words. At the same time, he also had a higher opinion of Li Longji. He was actually able to see through the essence of the matter. In this unique era and environment, opium wasn't that easy to control. Unless, at the very beginning, no one discovered the benefits of opium. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, since the two of you know about it, why don't you prohibit others from planting it? Li Longji asked. If they plant a little in front of or behind their houses, or find a remote place to plant a little, how would we know that they're planting opium poppies? We've already controlled it, and we've never sent the seeds out. The medical school's planting area is also strictly guarded. From today onwards, new laws will be promulgated. Those who plant opium poppies will be considered criminals, and those who sell them will be killed as soon as they're caught. Strictly control the inflow of seeds, and increase the reward for reports. The inspection of land and sea entry channels will also be strengthened. Without the seeds, they won't be able to plant it. If they want to treat their illness, they can go to the local medical school. Why would they use their own folk prescription? Zhang Xiaobao explained, feeling wronged. Then, he solemnly explained the way to deal with it. Although Li Longji hadn't truly understood the extent of the dangers of opium poppies, he knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wouldn't lie to him for no reason. Thus, he agreed, we'll immediately send people to deal with this matter. Don't forget to let us have a taste. We don't believe and fear this thing. Alright, if there's a chance, we'll definitely let your majesty try it. Our great Tang should increase our efforts in planting opium poppies. Perhaps after this year, when we go to deal with Duoshe, we can use this thing to pave the way. We'll need to process it a little so that others won't be able to tell what it is. At first, we'll give it to them for free, then slowly collect money from them. If we don't have money, we'll get them to help sell it so that more people can use it. We'll use this medicine as a reward. Ha, I'm really too smart. Zhang Xiaobao finally thought of the use of opium, just like how the British used to attack Great Tang. Not only could it earn money, but it could also win over local powers and influence the enemy's soldiers. The influence of opium wouldn't be eliminated for decades or even centuries, and it could even topple a regime. The most important thing was to increase the publicity. Just like when he was with Wang Wan, there were still people in some villages who planted opium poppies. However, they didn't plant much and used it as a folk prescription. There was no way to investigate, but people knew the dangers of opium poppies and wouldn't normally consume it. Usually, children at home wouldn't be able to come in contact with such a small piece of gelatin. Usually, they would wait until they had diarrhea before taking out a piece the size of a matchstick and feeding it with water. Li Longji didn't want to stay any longer because of the Great Tang's laws. After chatting for a while, he got up and left. After he left, Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It's so bitter. It doesn't taste good at all. It tastes like coffee. According to what you're saying, I'm also taking drugs when I drink coffee. Are you really going to make that thing for Li Longji? Be careful not to let him get addicted to it. Normally, he should be eating pills now. However, with our interference, he can't even see Taoists, let alone concocting pills. If you make him hallucinate, he won't be able to do anything. You have to think carefully. I don't believe that everyone can resist the temptation of drugs." Wang Wan smacked her lips. She had eaten opium poppies before, but it wasn't this kind of black opium. It was the purified version. After eating it twice, she became confused and stopped eating it. This happened when she was younger. After she entered the military, she couldn't get her hands on it even if she wanted to. Zhang Xiaobao smiled. "Actually, it's not a big deal. If he gets addicted to it, we can just throw him in the desert and throw him there for a few days. Then, he won't be addicted anymore. Under the premise that he has a guarantee of survival, a drug addict can be said to be willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of taking drugs. However, under the situation where there are no drugs and the environment is dangerous, drugs will be placed in a secondary position. I believe that Li Longji's willpower won't be bad. Besides, it's not like he's like that immediately after eating opium. That's because he's taking it without restraint. The amount is not controlled well, and there's no regularity. That's why he can't stand it. Besides, if we can, we won't let him try it. I'm against it, but you're not allowed to touch it. Don't think that you would show off when you had nothing to do in the past." Wang Wan said seriously. "If I wanted to, I would have done it long ago. There are so many in the medical school. If I want to eat it, how can I not eat it? It's not like I have nothing to do. My spirit isn't empty. With such a good wife, my life is full. Just now, I said that we should let the people who eat more to take it. You have to help me put it on the agenda." Zhang Xiaobao reached out his arm to hug Wang Wan. Wang Wan dodged and said, "A broken pot has a good mouth. You found a way to harm people again. The teapot is really the most difficult part to make. I'm not harming people, I'm speeding up the speed of ethnic integration. Whoever dares to stop or oppose will be the sinner of history. I want to unify the world, walk out of the solar system and the Milky Way, lead the people of Earth to the extragalactic star system, and spread the seeds of unity. You look like you're taking drugs. Go, what are you doing in broad daylight? People who take drugs usually don't know what they've done. This is the thing. Look at him smoking it after it's softened. How enjoyable." Looking at the servants packing up and preparing to leave, Xiao Bei pinched a small piece of hard black lump in his hand. He was very puzzled. Why did Shan Feng become so energetic after he inhaled this thing? He stuck out his tongue and licked it. He didn't feel anything, so he bit off a little with his teeth. After grinding it with his front teeth, he finally understood the taste. Bah, bitter. What taste is there? It's not delicious at all. It's worse than taking medicine. Take it away. I really admire Shan Feng. He uses everything. As he spoke, Xiao Bei passed the black lump in his hand to the inner courtyard. Xiao Yuan and the others watched from the side and didn't say anything. They didn't have much of a reaction to Xiao Bei tasting something that the elder brother and sister didn't allow him to touch. The elder brother and sister had said that he could try a little and then not eat it. As the fleet packed up, Xiao Bei and the others boarded the ship one after another. The two pregnant girls from the Jiang Wang clan stayed in Hangzhou. They couldn't follow them. They had to wait for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to come over to discuss the matter of their unborn child. If it were other families, it would be better to just wait for the child to be born. Even if it was a wealthy family, it would just be better in terms of food and they could go to the doctor every few days. However, the news that the Jiang Wang clan received was that her son and daughter-in-law were coming over personally. When they were pregnant, they would start a series of education. It was called prenatal education, but they didn't know what kind of education it was. Anyway, to the Jiang Wang clan, as long as it was something that her son Xiao Bao and daughter-in-law Cuckoo said, she would listen to them. She believed that the elder brother and sister wouldn't harm their unborn younger brother or sister. Mother, wait for us to come back. We'll bring you good things. They are the specialties of Jiangzhou. I'll pick them myself. Xiao Bei waited for the ship to sail against the current. He stood at the stern and shouted to the people below. The people below just smiled and waved. They didn't feel too sad. With a large number of guards, it was impossible for Xiao Bei and the others to be in any danger. They just thought that they were going to have fun. After the fleet had gone far and disappeared, Wang Ju said to his daughter, "Qiao, go back. It's windy outside. Be careful of the child in your belly. I believe that after Xiao Bei and the others go over, they will be back soon. Don't worry. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are coming over. I have to prepare to welcome them. I can't be careless. These 2 days have been the happiest days of my life. Xiao Bei and the others are really interesting." The meaning of Wang Ju's words was naturally not to welcome Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the two of them were worthy of the local people's grand reception wherever they went, when they came to Hangzhou, they were considered juniors. As long as he didn't show his official status, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be treated with the etiquette of juniors. Perhaps it was this that made him happier. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were, he didn't need to be very capable. As long as his daughter, Qiao, acknowledged him as her father, her child would also be treated according to this line of succession. The one who needed to welcome them was the emperor. Although the emperor's influence on the local people was getting smaller and smaller, this small was referring to the money spent by the local people. It didn't mean that the emperor's influence was not really enough. No matter where the emperor went, as long as he praised the local food or other local specialties, the value of the local things would immediately increase. In Hangzhou, when it came to the good things, the tea leaves were naturally the Westlake Longjing. Longjing didn't become good because the emperor said it was good. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who pushed the price up, although they liked to drink it. The Longjing tea leaves in the area they circled couldn't be touched by others, but there were many places in Hangzhou where tea could be grown. Now, many of the original things in the mountains had been removed and replaced with the same kind of tea trees, which increased the income of Hangzhou a lot, although he was not the provincial governor of Hangzhou. When he thought that he could see the emperor again, the excitement in Wang Ju's heart began to become indescribable. How long had it been? He thought that he could only spend the rest of his life in exile. Who knew that he had a good grandson? Speaking of regrets, it was that Zhang Zhong didn't come. That son-in-law of his who had a conflict with him always sent him bad things out of courtesy every year. But what could those things be worth? What he wanted was to sit down with his son-in-law and talk things over. Is Yongqing still busy in the capital? Wang Ju sighed and said. Father, you know Yongqing's position. That's the Ministry of Works. In the past, the Ministry of Works of the Tang Empire might not be as good as the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Personnel, but now the Ministry of Works is the most important. If Yongqing comes, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have to stay in the capital. After this period of busy, I will ask Yongqing to come and see you. Usually, he always says that he doesn't have the time to accompany me back to my parents' home. I really don't know if the children I gave birth to are good or bad." Hearing her father's sigh, Jiang Wang Clan comforted him. Her hand gently stroked her stomach, which hadn't changed at all, as if feeling a new life. When Wang Ju heard his daughter mention children, he couldn't help but show a kind smile and said, "I don't believe that Yongqing will complain like this. If it's not good, why didn't he give his children away? Let's not talk about giving Xiao Bao away. Even Xiao Bei, he will shout out a price. It's like an auction. Many people will go bankrupt to buy one, If he's busy, then let him be busy. When I'm free here, I'll go to the capital. It was not easy to enter before, but His Majesty sent me outside. When I'm free, I can hide in the house in Hangzhou, but I can't go back to the capital. That's a big crime. After meeting His Majesty, it will be easy to go to the capital. Yongqing is busy with his own things, and I go to see him. It's the same for everyone. When my father-in-law comes, how dare he give me the cold shoulder?" Wang Ju started to show his identity, but he didn't have much confidence. He was really afraid to face Zhang Zhong and the in-laws he hadn't met before. How did he treat them in the past? He really couldn't free himself, and he was also afraid that his political opponents would attack him. Otherwise, it would be easy to destroy his family. He thought that Yongqing knew it in his heart, but he couldn't help but admire him. Even in that situation, he didn't send Xiao back. It could be said that he was persistent, stubborn, or even did not know when to advance or retreat. But in any case, Yongqing survived, and then Xiao Bao was born. It would be difficult for him to make a move again. He finally found an opportunity and sent people to bring Xiao Bao back. In the end, Yongqing had a close relationship with the Minister of Revenue and the prince's son. After that, there was no more after that. Yongqing's entire family ran to Luzhou, and Zhang Zhong's status as the top scorer was also gone. After that, he could only watch as Yongqing's entire family rose at a speed that made people tremble. Until now, it was not an exaggeration to say that the entire Great Tang belonged to the Zhang family and Wang family. Who dared to cause trouble in front of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo? The only thing he could rely on was that his daughter still recognized him as her father and had not cut ties with him. Also, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not seem to care about what happened in the past. Otherwise, they would not have let him live so peacefully. Who didn't know that Xiao Bao was a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance? Oh, and Cuckoo. She even dared to say that if you kill me, I'll slaughter your village. What else wouldn't she dare to do? Xiao, do you think that before I go, I should inform my in-laws or something? I don't think it's good to be too rash. Wang Ju's tone had changed a moment ago. Jiang Wang Clan gently shook her head and said, "Father, you don't have to do that. You just need to wait in Hangzhou. When Xiao Bao and Cuckoo arrive, they will arrange everything. I'll tell them. After all, you're my father." "How can I let you?" Jiang Wang Clan did not continue. What she meant was that she could not let her father be bullied. On one side was her husband, and on the other side was her father. If either one of them did not lead a good life, she would also be sad. It was uncomfortable to be sandwiched in the middle. Fortunately, she had her son and daughter-in-law. When the time came, they could think of a solution. If they wanted to humiliate their grandfather, they would not have achieved what they had today. How could she, as a mother, not know how much pressure she had to face in Zhuangzi? Others said that the Zhang clan and the Wang clan had masters, but she knew very well that there was no master. Weren't the two little guys supporting the development of Zhuangzi? While developing Zhuangzi, they cooperated with others. While making concessions, they exchanged benefits. If they made a wrong move, they would be doomed eternally. Would such children be immature and embarrass their grandfather? Moreover, her grandfather was just a mortal. Would immortals lower themselves to the same level as mortals? With her daughter's words, Wang Ju was reassured. She nodded and said, okay, I'll wait for them. I'll also take a look. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to meet their master. Zhang Wang Clan shook her head again. This time, she did not say anything. She could not tell her father. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo did not have any masters behind them. She could not make up a lie to deceive her father. She could only shake her head. As for how her father understood, it was his own business. Sure enough, Wang Ju thought that the master did not like her or had gone into seclusion. She said regretfully, fine, we'll talk about it later. Qiao, you go back first. I'll help you. Welcoming the emperor is not a small matter. As he spoke, Wang Ju walked away. He knew the emperor's habits very well, so he had to make sure that every detail was taken care of. This was his advantage. In the past, he could enter the palace as he pleased. On the boat, Xiao Bei and the others did not know what their grandfather was thinking. When they were going against the current, they felt the wind blowing in their faces and looked at the scenery on both sides of the river. They felt that everything was strange. In the past, they had walked a similar path, but at that time, they were still young and could only vaguely remember. Now that they were back in Jiangnan, they wanted to properly experience the scenery here. According to their plan, they wanted to stay here for a year and experience what Jiangnan was like in all 4 seasons. However, they knew very well that this was impossible. They had come here to take a look and see where their elder brother and sister were going. They had to follow. Otherwise, who would teach them? Xiao Bei felt the wind blow for a while, and her face was numb. She shook her head helplessly and turned to find Hu Liang and the others. As for the person whose fake name was Shan Feng but whose real name was Chen Lan, she would not see her. Yes, now that she knew the other party's name, the other party would say anything in order to be able to smoke the black thing's smoke. She really did not know why the black thing had such ability. When Xiao Bei found Hu Liang and the others, the 8 of them were riding in the cabin. They had to recall everything they had heard and seen about the organization. They had to write it down and give it to the Zhang family and Wang family to judge. Even if they didn't know much, especially if they didn't know who was above them, or how powerful this organization was, they still had to write down everything they knew. You're all busy. You've worked hard. Xiao Bei came in with a net filled with watermelons. In the entire Great Tang, other than her family, only the Sinangxi temple had watermelons. Even the imperial palace did not have watermelons, because Li Longji could just ask her family for them. Hu Liang and the others quickly stood up and helped carry the watermelon. The watermelon weighed around 12 to 15 kilograms. No wonder Xiao Bei did not carry it and instead dragged it. If the organization knew about this, they would say that the Lord is awesome. But they don't know. Only your family has watermelons. I'm almost done writing and will finish organizing it soon. Unfortunately, we don't know much. In the past, when he followed them, he had to be blindfolded. Every time he traveled, he would travel for more than 10 days. He did not know where he was. He heard that some people were locked in pitch-black carriages. At most, they would have to walk for more than a month. During that month, the people in the carriages were not allowed to leave. They had to eat, drink, and go to the toilet in the carriages. Their security measures were very strong. Hu Liang placed the watermelon on the table and handed the paper he had written on to Little Third for him to sort out. He then used his sleeve to wipe a chair that wasn't dirty to begin with and let Little Bei sit on it as he spoke to Little Bei. Xiao Bei smiled. That's right. If they weren't careful, my family would have found out. By now, my family has probably found out a lot of useful information. Let me ask you guys something. That dark thing is the thing that Qianlong wanted to absorb. Have you guys absorbed it before? What did it feel like? The 8 of them shook their heads at the same time. Hu Liang replied, no, our status is not high enough. Even the old woman that we sent the message to wasn't high enough. Qianlong is an exception. He's in charge of communicating with people like us. He's an additional form of communication, and he's also the person who looks after us. The last time we went in to see the miracle, we saw many people of high status. They drank that thing, and one of them became very strong after drinking it. He could lift a stone mill that weighed a few hundred kilograms. At that time, we also wanted to absorb it, but our status was too low, so we could only try our best. Now that I think about it, perhaps the person who lifted the millstone was arranged by them to confuse us. As Hu Liang spoke, he even drew a picture. What he was drawing was the action of someone sucking something. It was to put the thing in a metal box. Then, there was a hole in the box. The hole was connected to a bamboo pipe. There was a fire burning below, waiting for the smoke to come out. Some people would smell it, while others would suck it with their mouths. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Liang's drawing and curled his lips. He said disdainfully, so that's how it is. I thought they would be able to make something good. What master? Why would they use such a simple and crude thing? A broken box, metal, and a bamboo pipe. It's really hard on them. Come, I'll show you what I've drawn on this paper. It's described in the information sent by Big Brother and Big Sister Xiaozhu. Basically, it's about the same. Someone has already made it into a real thing. As Xiao Bei spoke, he took out a folded piece of paper from his bag and unfolded it for Hu Liang and the others to see. Hu Liang and the others had never seen the thing on the paper before. They were all very puzzled. This is? Hu Liang asked. An opium pipe. Big Brother and Big Sister said that if you don't have a good opium pipe, it's very inconvenient and unprofessional to smoke that thing. Therefore, they designed an opium pipe to make it more comfortable for others to smoke. Your mission is to bring the real thing after it's made and find the person who contacted you. We didn't get rid of that person and dealt with him very severely. However, we still deliberately let a few places go and only monitored him. After you've contacted him, you'll hand over the opium pipe and gain the favor of the higher-ups. Also, we'll give you a kind of technology that you've stolen. For example, the technology to make guns. When Xiao Bei heard that there was no one else, he showed his brother and sister's prowess even more. He proudly instructed Hu Liang and the others. When Hu Liang heard that Xiao Bei was going to hand over the technology to make guns to him and bring it to the organization, his face turned pale. He shook his head vigorously. No, guns, definitely not. That's our Tang dynasty's secret. If we tell them, when our Tang dynasty fights others in the future, if others learn how to use it, how many people will die in our Tang dynasty? It's not like the guns of the current army. It's a gunpowder gun. A gun that uses the gunpowder in a firecracker to shoot iron balls is powerful, but it's not easy to kill people. Their gun barrel manufacturing technology is not at that level. If they had the ability, they would have already made a real gun. If iron balls are not easy to make, they can use lead bullets. This is easy to shape, right? Big Brother and Big Sister said that it's not a problem to hit birds, but it's useless to hit rabbits unless it hits the head. Xiao Bei had a well-thought-out look. Since her brother and sister were not here, she thought that she was smart. However, she kept mentioning her brother and sister. Now, the 8 people understood. It was not the guns used by the current Tang dynasty army, nor was it a newly developed gun that had not been widely used. It was a toy that could only be used to hit birds. Although it could be used to hit birds and blind people, or accidentally kill people, such as hitting the throat, it was not as good as a crossbow or a bow. The gunpowder in a firecracker would not be able to shoot very far. They had bought fireworks before, but the places that sold fireworks did not sell a lot at one time. They only sold a few sporadically. Unless many people took turns to buy, they could buy more. Because the firework looked more powerful than the firecrackers, when the 8 people thought that it was just right, Lao Wu suddenly thought of something else and said, "If we send the bird guns, will the people in that organization not believe us? At the same time, will they feel that the things we send are useless? How can that be? Big brother and big sister have already thought about it. We'll let you say that this is a training gun, and it was made by the Zhang family and Wang family first. Only by making this kind of gun and then improving it step by step can we make the guns of the current Tang dynasty. The Zhang family and Wang family do not have the ability to reach the sky in one step. Moreover, everything was sent by the Lord, and it was our family who stopped it. Since the Lord is so powerful, how can he not know the reason behind it?" Xiao Bei continued speaking, and the 8 people nodded. Good idea. Perhaps the leader of the organization, even if he thought that it was very difficult to use the guns they sent to research the guns that appeared in the Tang dynasty, he had to be very happy in the name of the Lord. Alright, you guys have a good rest first. When we make the opium pipes, you guys take them and leave by another route. You must be fast. We will slow down the speed of the disembarkation slightly to give you guys some time. At the same time, you guys have to be careful. On the first day we arrive in Jiangzhou, we will release the portraits of the 7 of you. In other words, we will send a wanted notice to the Tang dynasty to catch you guys. Of course, due to our lack of craftsmanship, the portraits are not very similar. Most of the notices will say that the 7 of you have always been together. We will also write down your habits and characteristics so that people who are familiar with you will immediately recognize you. You guys have to be careful. In order to cooperate with you guys, we will burn a ship ourselves. I can't bear to burn a big ship. You guys should think about how to escape. Anyway, the other party will not come over to compare with us. That way, we will directly catch you guys. As Xiao Bei spoke, he walked towards the door. The 8 of them looked at each other. Hu Liang stopped Xiao Bei and asked, "Why are there 7 and not 8? Because according to what we said, you have already betrayed us. It was because of your existence that we caught the 7 of them. Therefore, we will not catch you. We will send an order to the local government to rescue you as soon as we see you and protect you well." I believe that the other party must have someone hiding in the local government to send this news back. When the time comes, you will be together with the 7 of them. When you reach the organization, you will take out the opium pipes and shotguns and reveal a few secrets of our ship. What do you think the other party will think? Xiao Bei explained and then asked in return. Hu Liang suddenly understood and gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant, really brilliant. The other party will think that you guys hate me so much that you can't wait to skin me alive. That's why you deliberately did not catch me. You are trying to sow discord and have the people in the organization kill me because I know too much about you guys. You don't want me to live for even a moment. Yes, they are not idiots. Therefore, we will use this method. Even if they are just in case, they will not kill you. Instead, they will lock you up. You must remember that if they ask you to inhale that thing, you must not inhale it into your stomach. Inhale it into your mouth and spit it out. When they don't give you the thing, you must pretend to be dispirited. If they ask you questions, you must say that you want to inhale that thing first, just like Qianlan. And the 7 of you, you must remember not to think that you are so capable that you can try anything. Otherwise, you will regret it. Xiao Bei suddenly thought of an important matter. He instructed the 8 of them and then walked out again. When he was almost at the door and was about to leave, Old Fifth suddenly shouted, "Xiao Bei, do you really believe in us that much?" Xiao Bei did not turn around. He stood there and said, "We believe in every Tang person, just like how the Tang people believe that Tang can provide them with help when they are out there. For the dignity of a person, Tang will do everything we can. We will not rest until we are dead." When Xiao Bei's figure disappeared, the 8 of them were still standing there in a daze, thinking about his words. Damn it, anyone who believes in someone else deserves to die. Look at how good our great Tang is, yet they still believe in someone else. If it were some other country backing them, would their country dare to make such bold claims when their people came out? However, Tang is a man of his word. I heard that Lu Zhou's Hurricane Battalion has already subdued all the islands out there. Those who are not convinced are gone. We have to do this job, and we have to do it well. Old Fifth slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Let's do it." The others chimed in and began to divide the watermelon. This might be the last time they would eat on the ship. Anyone who digs them will be a sinner of great Tang and be punished according to the crime of treason. I'll leave them for my grandson, and the grandson's grandson's grandson, many grandchildren. I'm not sure about the other oars. It's too tiring to search for them. Let them search for them. Once they've found them, we'll occupy them. This saves us a lot of effort. Zhang Xiaobao's body went back to its original position as he lazily talked about his plans. Wang Wan nodded. She was also distressed that Great Tang's ores had been excavated. When she was in school, her geography textbooks would also introduce the country's resources. However, most of the time, what she saw was what was written in a certain place, what was the function of the ores, what was discovered in a certain place, what was the reserves, and when were the ores completely mined. When she thought about why the ores were mined and what were the ores that were mined in exchange for money, Wang Wan felt extremely vexed. Thus, she was the same as Zhang Xiaobao. She treasured her country's ores very much. If she could avoid using them, she would avoid using them. Otherwise, many years later, her children would see the same things that she saw in her textbooks. She hoped that future generations would see the world's geography in their textbooks and say that there was something in a certain place, but it had already been mined out by Great Tang. If they wanted to see the real thing, many countries would send people to Great Tang to buy specimens so that their children could use them in their lessons. When she wanted to see it, her children would see in their textbooks that there was a lot of oil in a certain place. Then, a cubic meter of oil could be exchanged for a large plastic bag from Great Tang because Great Tang had advanced technology. However, in order to build railways, Great Tang had carried out the same mining as the Great Leap Forward. She wanted to end it quickly so that she and Zhang Xiaobao could seal the ores and never mine again. Oh, right. It's not easy for us to find ores in other places. We agree to let them find it themselves, and then we'll go and occupy it. It's best to teach them more methods. We realize that Great Tang is too poor, and we can't continue to squander it. Li Longji nodded in agreement. He didn't feel the heartache of mining other people's ores. Furthermore, he had heard from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that Great Tang's ores weren't that good, and there were better ores in other places. Not only was the output high, but the proportion of iron was also high. Thinking of this, Li Longji started to worry. He asked Zhang Xiaobao, Xiaobao, previously, you and Cuckoo told me that you want to bring back the good stuff from other countries. A portion of it will be used first, and the rest will be stored later. I suddenly thought of something. Where should I put the good stuff after we bring it back? Also, if you let the merchants go overseas and other places on the mainland to help with the transportation, wouldn't that create a large number of rich merchants? If a person has too much money, they won't just be chasing after money. People like you and Cuckoo who are earning money for Great Tang are different. After they earn money, they might have other thoughts. For example, they might find a place outside and never come back. What should I do then? After all, they are people of Great Tang. They can research the things they use and grasp the technology. When the time comes, they might run to a faraway place and rebel against Great Tang with the locals. Should I send troops to attack them? I won't be able to. Li Longji thought of the key problem, and that was long-term stability. How could there only be one Great Tang for generations? Zhang Xiaobao felt a headache. Who knew what would happen in the future? Perhaps he would encounter a prodigal upper echelon of the political class. At that time, anything could happen. In the past, the sun never set in Great Britain. Later on, didn't the colonies become independent one by one? If he didn't colonize them, they would develop slowly. If he colonized them, they would become independent. The human heart was hard to predict. Cuckoo, what do you think we should do? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a good idea, so he could only ask Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also confused about this problem. It was said that when the world was divided for a long time, it would unite, and when united for a long time, it would divide. Even if all the other races in the world were wiped out and only the people of Great Tang were left, when the Great Tang's land couldn't handle the population, it would still have to be moved out. When the time came, there would inevitably be ambitious fellows who wanted to obtain more power and encourage the local people to become independent. For a moment, the three of them fell silent. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were doing their best to think, but Li Longji couldn't even think about it. It was too far away, and his experience was far inferior to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's. After a long while, Zhang Xiaobao spoke up. I think that we should have the merchants not bring their families with them when they go out. Also, when the soldiers go to other places in the future, they can't bring their wives and children with them. This way, they can avoid leaving them outside as much as possible. Furthermore, there should be some restrictions. For example, 3 years is a period of rotation. If you stay outside for 3 years, you have to come back. Otherwise, they'll think that you're trying to rebel and send soldiers to arrest you. Wang Wan had a different opinion. What if someone outside takes a liking to a local and intends to start a new family? What will you do? Arrest them. 3 years. If they don't come back by then, it won't work even if they start a new family. Li Longji still agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Wang Wan frowned. In my opinion, it's still too early to worry about this matter. The reason why others can become independent is because Great Tang's martial prowess can't reach them when the time comes. At the same time, the technology of that place has also reached a certain level. As long as their martial prowess can't keep up, Great Tang's army can rush over as quickly as possible. If the people of Great Tang want to live together with the locals outside and fall sick, they will naturally think of Great Tang's medical standards. That's right. The speed of technological development is faster than the speed of the colonies, so they won't dare to become independent. Otherwise, how can they think of becoming independent when planes and soldiers are dropping bombs that can cause small islands to disappear? Furthermore, with the appearance of all kinds of communication tools, they can communicate with each other. The more advanced the means of transportation, the smaller the world will become. Without distance, it won't be possible for them to become independent. Thus, we can't colonize them now. We have to wait until the technological development reaches a certain level. I still believe in the people of Huaxia. Many colonies eventually become independent because they don't have any hope of returning to their homeland for many years. They can only reproduce locally. If the transportation is convenient, they will naturally be able to travel back and forth. Just like that, we will continue to strengthen the technological development. Zhang Xiaobao went along with Wang Wan's words. Li Longji could understand at times, but at other times, he was confused. From the words of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, it seemed like the two of them had experienced this before. Could it be that that powerful country had already run into trouble? This world was truly large. Hopefully, the more trouble their country ran into, the more they wouldn't immediately attack Great Tang. Once Great Tang caught up, it would be too late to attack them. We understand. We will issue a decree telling the merchants that they are not allowed to find local women to do that kind of thing, and they are especially not allowed to have children. If they really do have children, they have to report it immediately. After going through the procedures, they can be allowed to come to Great Tang with their descendants. But the army definitely won't allow such a thing. Anyone who doesn't stay in the barracks will be executed on the spot. We will issue the decree first, even if such a thing doesn't happen yet. Li Longji said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He wanted to hear their views on this idea. All right, Your Majesty, go ahead. Cuckoo and I will definitely support you. Zhang Xiaobao was about to turn his chair back to bask in the sun again. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao's attitude, Li Longji stood up and walked towards his cabin. When he was about to turn a corner, he suddenly stopped and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, we plan to have an all-fish feast tonight. You better prepare early. I really owe you in my previous life." Zhang Xiaobao said angrily when he saw Li Longji disappear. He then instructed the people in the inner courtyard, "Why are you still standing there? Go and catch some fish. Tonight, the entire ship will eat this. I will use a spade to cook a big pot of rice." 3 days later, in the morning, after Xiaobei's group slowed down, they were still some distance away from Jiangzhou. Zhang Xiaobao's group had already entered the boundary of Hangzhou. In order not to disturb the people, Li Longji had someone inform the local government in advance. No one was allowed to come out to welcome them, and the local officials were also not allowed to ask the people to deliberately clean up. Everything was as usual. The places that should be green were green, and the places that should be yellow were yellow. Whoever dared to paint a tree with green paint would be caught and beaten with a plank. This was what Zhang Xiaobao thought of. People could already paint mountains. What if the officials became smarter because of improved technology and thought of painting trees? The local officials really didn't dare to paint trees, but the emperor's decree gave them a new idea. So it could be done like this. In the future, when welcoming the officials, could they draw inferences about other cases? For example, when the officials inspecting livestock and poultry came down, they could temporarily buy some from other places and put them in the people's houses. When the officials left, they would take them back. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what the officials were thinking. Anyway, in the future, the capital would send several groups of inspectors. If the local officials could afford to do so, they would do so. Zhang Xiaobao was thinking about whether he should appear together with Li Longji or appear first. If it was the former, his grandfather would probably be in a difficult position when facing him. Once he wore an official's uniform, his status would be lowered. If he chose the latter, what would happen to his godfather? Should he go with him first? It was hard to get a good identity. Cuckoo, what should we do? You should have experience. Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan for advice. You are yours, and your godfather is your godfather. It's not like your grandfather doesn't know Gao Li Shi. He has his own connections. Let's go down first and change boats. It's also good to leave 1 hour earlier. Wang Wan didn't care about this at all and said casually. Okay, sigh. I have to kowtow again. Li Longji, we don't even kowtow. We have to kowtow to a grandfather that we haven't seen for many years. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he followed Wang Wan and changed boats. The two of them got a small boat and asked someone to row it. Like an arrow, they flew towards Hangzhou's pier. Chapter 1059. At this time, Wang Ju was already standing at the dock, holding the binoculars he got from his daughter and looking at the waterway. He only had one of these binoculars, and it was still somewhere else. He was also wearing his official robes, waiting for the emperor to come. While he was looking, he suddenly saw a small boat leaving the fleet and flying towards him. This is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Ah, look at my grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Although Wang Ju had never seen Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he had seen pictures, and he could judge a thing or two from their clothes. He held the binoculars in one hand and pointed with the other, speaking to the people around him. The people around him could only faintly see a small black dot coming over. They were still far away, so they couldn't see who was on the boat, but it didn't affect them from praising. All kinds of good words were said. In any case, it was good. At this time, the fleet of large ships deliberately slowed down. Otherwise, it would be difficult to reach the shore later. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's small boat arrived first. Without waiting for the small boat to stop at the side, which was specially used for docking small boats, the two of them jumped in one after another. From there to Wangju, the people standing on the road naturally made a path for the two of them to pass through. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strode over. Without looking deliberately, they knew who Wangju was. When they were 5 steps away, they almost knelt down and kowtowed at the same time. Grandson greets grandfather. Grandfather as well. Zhang Xiaobao said loudly. This made Wangju very happy. He smiled and went to help Zhang Xiaobao. Wang Wan also stood up. Good, very good. I can tell at a glance that you are my grandson. Other people's grandsons don't look so good. Cuckoo is also good. What a pair of golden boy and jade girl. Take it, grandfather gave it to you. Wangju's mouth was open, but his hands were not idle. He took out a piece of paper and gave it to Zhang Xiaobao as a gift. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to look to know that it was a deed to a large area of land in a good place. Otherwise, Wangju wouldn't be able to give it away. With a turn of his hand, Zhang Xiaobao handed the deed to Wang Wan and said, Grandfather gave it to us. Take it. Wang Wan took it with a smile. Similarly, she didn't look at it. It didn't matter to her where the land was. She and Xiaobao didn't lack land. However, she thought that Wangju definitely wouldn't take out a small piece of land. She thought that Wangju would have to take out at least 1/3 of her family's property. Perhaps she would have to split half of the family's property because this wasn't just a gift for her and Xiaobao, it also included a portion to compensate Zhang Wang clan. In other words, it was a dowry. When Zhang Wang clan came, she only brought her own personal savings and jewelry. Her family didn't give her anything. Now Wang Wan knew that Wangju saw that she and Xiaobao were basically in charge of the family, so he gave her 2 to make up for it. If they met again in the future and saw Zhang Zhong, it would be easier to talk things over. Zhang Xiaobao stood there, motionless. He allowed Wangju to size him up. When the fleet of ships gradually approached, Wangju still hadn't finished sizing him up. To him, this grandson was like a free gift. Furthermore, he was someone that everyone in the world wanted to pick up. As long as he could acknowledge his status as a grandfather, it didn't matter how much he gave out. Grandfather, Her Majesty will be coming down soon. I'd better go see my mother first. My mother isn't in the crowd. Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was about time, so he whispered to Wang Ju. No, your mother is pregnant. It's not convenient for her to see outsiders. Good, good. You and Cuckoo go first. Someone, lead the way. Wang Ju nodded repeatedly. He was even more satisfied. He looked at his grandson and granddaughter-in-law. It was clearly the emperor who wanted to come, but they actually left the emperor alone. If it were someone else, even if they had followed the emperor all the way here, they would still have to stand at the dock and welcome the emperor again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were led to the courtyard of the Wang clan in Hangzhou. As for what happened after Wang Ju met Li Longji, the two of them didn't care. Other people's matters had nothing to do with them. Whether it was good or bad, they couldn't decide. The person leading the way was a servant girl. As she walked, she secretly looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Her heart was filled with joy, as if it was a good thing to be able to lead the way for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. At this time, there were no idle people on the street. Other than the soldiers sent by the local government, there were the guards of the Zhang family, Wang family, and Wang family. There were sentries every few steps. Not only were there people standing on both sides of the street, but there were also people standing on the roofs of the houses. All kinds of shops were open, but the owners and shopkeepers were not allowed to come out. They could only lean on the door and look. Naturally, no one would go in to buy anything. The main reason was that if the shops were closed, it would give people a very uncomfortable feeling of desolation. That was why they were open. In case the emperor suddenly became interested and wanted to enter a shop to take a look, it would be more convenient. That's right. Before the troops arrived, they had already sent a message saying that the emperor wouldn't come in a carriage. Instead, he would walk slowly and look around as he walked. This is what the local officials are afraid of. If it were in the capital, the emperor wouldn't need to order people to take a look at where he wanted to go at all. As for who was doing what, it wouldn't affect either side. If it were in the capital, wouldn't it be more complicated than here? There were people who came from all kinds of places, and they didn't see the emperor getting hurt. When the people saw the emperor, they were very happy. When the emperor came, he deliberately emphasized it. As a result, the people below were worried. Zhang Xiaobao followed the servant girl as he spoke to Wang Wan. What he meant was that the local officials might be unlucky. Why did Li Longji come here? Wasn't it to show his attitude of being close to the people? In the end, he still ordered people to take a look. Did it mean that the local public security wasn't good, or that the officials were disobedient? Wang Wan smiled indifferently and said, I think that after the emperor saw this situation, he would think of a way to do something that would make the local officials afraid. That is, he must take us out for a stroll when no one is prepared. Sigh. He's not worried. The work that he's worried about is all done by other people. Or how to say, it's sometimes inconvenient to have a high status. It's difficult to live a normal life. It's not only the emperor, it's the same for us. In the past, we could go out and play as we pleased. Now, how can we live without people by our side? That's right, that's right. There's also Xiao Bei and the others. They can't go out as freely as other children. The only good thing is that they are still young and can play with children of the same age. The children here don't have to practice boxing from a young age like other places. Their attack power isn't high, so it's relatively safe. Look, what kind of place did our maternal grandfather give us? When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he glanced at Wang Wan's bag, where the title deed was. What's there to see? We can't go to any place personally. If we want to go somewhere and stay, there will be people who will find a way to arrange it for us. This is another benefit of losing our freedom and status. Wang Wan didn't touch the bag. Her eyes were looking at the shops on the side of the road. They were just passing by before, so they didn't know much about the local customs. Of course, she couldn't see too many strange things. Now, even if they went to Shaoxing, they could only drink Shaoxing's yellow wine. They definitely couldn't find the Xianheng Tavern, where fennel beans could be found. However, it wouldn't be famous, and it was impossible to sell it for a few hundred copper coins a small plate. The servant girl who was leading the way listened to their conversation and became more and more excited. She had heard a secret. It turned out that when they came, the emperor wanted to see how the local people lived. He didn't want the streets to be deserted. Also, when the emperor arrived, he might come out for a walk. If she could say a few words to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, would she be able to lead the way when they were familiar with each other? Thinking like this, the servant girl plucked up her courage and whispered to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little master, little miss, the West Lake here is the best place. The boats on it are beautiful, and there are gardens inside. I usually do things outside, so I'm familiar with all the places." Wang Wan looked at the servant girl with a smile, which scared the servant girl. It seemed that her thoughts had been seen through. She was worried and expectant. "Well, since you're familiar with it, we'll have to trouble you to lead the way while we're here. What's your name?" Wang Wan didn't want to make things difficult for the servant girl. Anyway, it didn't matter who led the way. Since the servant girl recommended her, she would ask her. In reply to "Little Miss, my name is Wang Levi." It was named after the lotus in the West Lake, the servant girl replied happily. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the servant girl had a high status in the family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given her a full name. Generally, a single character was good enough. Thinking about it, it was natural that the servant girl who was sent to lead the way for them was not an ordinary servant girl. The people who stood at the dock to welcome them were also not simple. Wang Wan nodded and said, "Good name. Now tell us about the West Lake. Tell us if there are any interesting stories." Well, when it comes to the West Lake, it didn't exist in the beginning. Later, it was in the sky. The servant girl was even more excited. While walking in front of them at a moderate pace, she told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan all kinds of legends about the West Lake that she had heard. When they arrived at Wang Ju's house in Hangzhou, the servant girl still hadn't finished talking. She didn't feel tired at all after talking so much. It seemed that she could talk for 2 more days without any problem. As soon as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan entered the house, they saw their mothers directing people to plant flowers in the outermost courtyard. Some of the flowers were seeds, and some were brought over from the capital together with the soil. Some were new varieties grafted by the Sinongxi temple, and some were different kinds of flowers found by other caravans from other places. The original flowers were taken away and the new ones were planted in the courtyard, which would give people a new feeling. At least, people would have a different identity. However, this new kind of flower was not available to just anyone. Zhang Xiaobao had already agreed with the Sinongxi temple that they would not sell it easily. They would only send it to a place when there was a flower festival. When people saw it, they would sell it like an auction. Only in this way could they make money. Anyway, it was a flower and had nothing to do with daily life. People who could buy it all had spare money. If they didn't sell it at a higher price, they might not cherish it. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came in, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan didn't notice them. They were just about to help. Now that they were pregnant, it wouldn't affect their work. Seeing that their mothers were also going to touch the soil, Zhang Xiaobao quickly walked over and stopped them. "Mother, you can't touch the soil now. There are some parasites in it. It's not good to touch it. It's not like before. Many medicines can't be used. Otherwise, it will affect the baby. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are here. Where is His Majesty?" When Zhang Wang clan heard her son say no, she immediately stopped. She still believed in her son and daughter-in-law's words. After all, they were little immortals. While asking, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan looked at the door. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the emperor before. As long as Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were at home, the emperor would occasionally come to see them. He would also bring Empress Wang or Wu Huifei. When the time came, they would eat together. Because of their titles, they could also accompany them. Under the influence of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan's attitude towards Li Longji was not as respectful as other people. It was as if they were ordinary people, especially Zhang Wang clan. She had seen Li Longji with her father before, but at that time, she was very scared. Seeing that his mother was looking around and looking like she was going to welcome him, Zhang Xiaobao hurriedly said, "Behind him, my grandfather is welcoming him. I think it will take a while before he comes. It's troublesome, so he won't leave quickly. Mother, if you two want to stay in Hangzhou for a few more days, I will ask someone to make a good beach for you. When the weather is warm, you can go to the water. Every day when you are in a good mood, you can listen to songs. Cuckoo and I have asked someone to make a song for the baby." Wang Wan also advised from the side, "Try to eat less seafood here. Eat some occasionally, especially crabs. Even if there's meat, try not to touch them as much as possible. When the baby comes out, you won't have to worry like now." Okay, I will listen to you. When His Majesty comes later." Wang Wan's mother nodded and looked at the door again. "When His Majesty comes, don't worry about him. Let's go in first. When His Majesty comes, he will have a lot to talk about with my grandfather. Maybe he will be interested and summon the local officials to ask about the local situation." Wang Wan would not let her mother wait for Li Longji. While talking, she came over and held her mother's arm to walk inside. Her mother said helplessly, "It's still early. How long has it been? She can walk. Look, she is not pregnant yet. You little girl." After 2 courtyards, Zhang Wang clan and Wang Wan sat down. Zhang Xiaobao immediately left and went to the kitchen to cook for their mother. This was a habit he had developed. As long as he was at home, he did not need others to cook for the elders in the family. He was in charge of everything. There was still some time before the meal, so it was a good time to make soup. He simmered pig trotter soup with less salt. When it was done, he could freeze it and eat it. Xiao Bao, this child, can't stay still. After getting off the boat, he is busy cooking. He has not been able to take care of himself since he was young, Zhang Wang clan said to Wang Wan's mother. Wang Wan's mother smiled happily and said, "Sister, it is a blessing to have a child like Xiao Bao. I don't know what happened back then, but the 2 children just hit it off. Before they were a month old, they saw each other and insisted on being together. Otherwise, they would cry until the sky shook. When they were older and got married, the family still did not know how to arrange the dowry. The 2 of them earned a lot of money. Should we give it to them? If we don't give them a dowry, they can spend their own money. If we really want to give them a dowry, I won't give them a betrothal gift. Anyway, it's just a matter of left hand and right hand. They can arrange it themselves." Jiang Wang Clan laughed and touched Wang Wan's hand. Speaking of pretending, Jiang Wang Clan suddenly thought of the gift that her father insisted on giving after discussing with her. It included the dowry that he did not give her back then. Thinking of the amount that her father gave, Jiang Wang Clan was helpless. It was too much. Normally, no one would give so much when marrying off a daughter. If it was in the past, even if it was only 1/10 of that amount, the Zhang family would be very grateful. But at that time, they did not have a single cent. So what if they gave her a lot now? At that time, it was called giving coal in snowy weather. Now, it was icing on the cake. Even if they gave so much, it was just adding a small flower. Life was sometimes so interesting. With a sigh, Jiang Wang Clan said to Wang Wan, "Cuckoo, when you were at the dock, did grandfather give you a gift?" "Yes, it should be the title deed of the land." "Xiao Bao, and I haven't seen it yet." Wang Wan reached out and took the paper. "That's 80% of all your maternal grandfather's assets combined. Even after discounting, it's worth 6 million strings of coins. If it was given to others, the family would definitely object. But if it was given to you, no one said anything. I think you know what it means. But the property is given to you. 6 million yuan is nothing to you, but to the Wang family, it is a big blow. If you don't accept it, it won't be good. After you accept it, I hope you can help to think of a way. It doesn't matter how much money you make, as long as the Wang family has a guarantee for their lives." Jiang Wang Clan told Wang Wan the value of the paper. At the same time, she also told Wang Wan that after she gave the money, her father would not be able to live well. Wang Wan was also stunned. She did not expect that Wang Ju would give 80% of the property. The remaining 20% was probably not easy to transfer immediately. Maybe he had a cooperation with someone else. Wang Ju was using this method to express his attitude. To be more precise, he was apologizing to the Zhang family. It was his fault for making the wrong choice. However, this was Xiaobao's mother's family. If he didn't say anything and took the property, Wang Ju's family wouldn't have a good life. Xiaobao's mother would also suffer. Wang Wan shook the paper in her hand. She did not agree directly. She wanted to wait for Xiaobao to come back and discuss. It was not to discuss whether to give the other party benefits, but to discuss what to give. First of all, the return period must be short, and at the same time, the profits must be high. Otherwise, Wang Ju's family would not be able to live well. Even if they save 20% of the property, it does not mean that they can make a lot of money, unless they sell it. Seeing Jiang Wang Clan looking at her, Wang Wan replied with a smile, "Mom. Don't worry. Xiao Bao has a lot of ideas. I will tell him later. We will see what projects are good. We will accept the gifts. We've accepted the gift, and if there's any land inside, we'll dispose of it. Xiaobao's next move is to take back the land that others have forcibly taken away. Otherwise, the people of the Great Tang won't have any land to farm, and they'll have to work in the handicrafts and service industries, which will be detrimental to the development of the Great Tang." With Wang Wan's reply, Jiang Wang Clan was relieved. Most of the time, Wang Wan and Xiao Bao had the same thoughts. She was afraid that the two of them would not forgive their father because of what happened in the past. After chatting for a while, Xiao Bao returned. He did not need to care about the soup. Someone else was in charge of the small fire. He sealed the lid of the pot and did not even need to add water. Wang Wan naturally had to tell Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was magnanimous and did not mention the past. He pulled Wang Wan to another room to think of a way to make money. Wang Ju is indeed smart. He knows that we will not take the things for free. That's why he gave us so much. He probably felt that his family's business was not making money fast enough and wanted to change it. Since we are here, he wants to make his idea come true. Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan the moment he entered the room. He did not look at the deeds. I think he must have heard something from Li Longji when he used us as an excuse. He knows that we are going to make a move on the rich people in Tang dynasty, especially those who have taken over the land. We will not allow it, so he might as well give it to us. Do you think we should sell this land to the people in the surrounding area? I'm afraid that after we sell it, the people will encounter something unexpected and end up selling it again or renting it out. Basically, the land will no longer belong to them after being rented for decades. Wang Wan considered the problem of keeping the land. Should they sell it or keep it? Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment and said, why should we sell it? The people can't buy a huge piece of land. If we spread it out, it would be a waste of manpower. Furthermore, there will be less planning for the things that can be planted, which will result in less land production. It might seem like splitting up the land is a kind of ideological advancement, but it is not beneficial to Tang dynasty. You also know that in the end, the land will be gathered together again and machines will be used. That's right. It is similar to land acquisition now, but there are some differences. Back then, there were other industries and jobs. If the people lose their land, they will lose their source of income. Thus, I feel that we shouldn't encourage land acquisition for now. Instead, we should crack down on those who own a lot of land. Wang Wan pointed out the crux of the problem. There was no such thing as a fixed policy, and it had to be adjusted according to the situation. The only thing that did not change was the pursuit of stability, or rather, a kind of balance. Crack down on those who own land. I also agree to crack down on those who own land. After Li Longji settles down, we can look for him to discuss the issue of cracking down on those who own land. Of course, we can't crack down on those who own land directly, as that would be detrimental to the development of society. We can trade benefits with those who own land, just like how we trade with those who own a lot of money. Come, let's think about how we can help that grandfather of mine earn more money. We will probably have to meet my other relatives, uncle, and grandmother later. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic and began to discuss the transaction with Wang Wan. It would be best if they could get it done before meeting their other relatives. That way, they wouldn't feel so awkward when they met each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't feel good if they had to give away a large amount of property. No matter what, they were all family, so there was no need to make them feel uncomfortable. Before they met, they should tell them about the transaction and let them know that they could get more money after giving away their property. That would be a happy ending. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were discussing, Li Longji had already left the pier and was walking towards Wang Ju's residence. Wang Ju's eyes were still red. It seemed that she had just cried. Li Longji's eyes were also slightly red. Perhaps it was because of the things that had happened many years ago. Wang Ju accompanied Li Longji and Gao Lisher as they strolled along the streets. From time to time, they would exchange a few words. She was also very familiar with Gao Lisher. However, his words were more nimble. Perhaps after this incident, his mentality had improved and he was no longer so afraid of the emperor. Wang Ju was dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say with his mouth agape. Li Longji looked at Wang Ju with a smile and asked, "How was it? Did you see how the people of Great Tang are doing? With such people, why should I be worried? With the people, I don't need to worry about my safety. What I need to consider is what the people need. If I can't let the people live a good life, how can I stand behind the people when they are in danger? Wang Ju listened to Li Longji's words and looked at the owner who stood in front with his arms open. He finally realized that the current His Majesty was different from before. In addition to acting recklessly and crazily, he was not as serious as before. He had become very peaceful. Of course, in the past, His Majesty would also say that he was concerned about the people, but it was just words. He was not like today, where he really wanted to do something for the people. Your Majesty, you can't scare me like this anymore. I'm timid. It must be Li Shi who arranged it. You should tell me. Wang Ju complained in a low voice. He also opened his arms to block His Majesty just now. He couldn't let something happen to His Majesty in his own territory and then he would still be alive. It would be a joke. Li Longji smiled and said, I'll tell you in advance. How can I see that you are so loyal? Were you scared just now? Later, I'll ask Xiao Bao to make some good food for you to eat and nourish your body. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are right. The better Great Tang develops, the more comfortable the lives of the people will be, and the safer I will be. The walls of the capital have all been torn down. There is no need to use that wall to block out danger. Walls are dead, but people are alive. If the people really have no way to make a living, then the wall will not be there to protect me, but to hinder my escape. I will not continue to build the Great Wall. Or, as Xiao Bao said, when I am bored, I will build something for the future generations to enjoy. After discussing with Xiao Bao and personally visiting the construction site, I decided not to build a brick by brick, because the people of Great Tang are the Great Wall of flesh and blood in front of me. As long as the people of Great Tang are not lost, the Great Wall will not fall. The Qin built the Great Wall so well, but what happened in the end? If you have the money, why don't you use it to build roads and bridges for the people so that they can walk more easily? Hearing this, Wang Ju was very moved. He could tell that the reason why His Majesty could be so successful was all because of his grandson, Zhang Xiaobao. Nodding vigorously, Wang Ju said, Your Majesty is wise. With Your Majesty around, the people of Great Tang are blessed. Long live Your Majesty. Then, he asked the boss standing there, Why don't you run? Are you afraid that if His Majesty is in danger, you will be caught if you run? I don't have time to think about what will happen after I run. Why should I run? If there is really danger, I will block it. Maybe that person will kill me, and then His Majesty will be safe. If His Majesty is safe, Great Tang will not be afraid, and my family can continue to live such good lives. If His Majesty is gone, what will we do? If there is a new emperor, how will I know if he is good or bad? Unless Xiao Bao and Cuckoo agree to it, I will not be at ease. The boss spoke the truth, especially the last sentence, which was against the emperor. Your Majesty, don't listen to his nonsense. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo don't have the ability. Wang Ju glared at the boss. The boss also reacted and nodded, saying, Your Majesty, this commoner is just speaking casually. This commoner has no other meaning. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. So what if it has something to do with it? Li Longji laughed, I can't do anything to the two of them. They said that even if I am the emperor, I will still have to step down. Don't spread this outside. Many of my national policies were thought of by the two of them. Great Tang is fine without me, but I am afraid without the two of them. You have done a good job protecting His Majesty. Tell me, what reward do you want? I will give it to you as long as I can. Although it is fake, you are still standing in front of His Majesty. Wang Ju sweated again. His Majesty dared to say anything. How could he say this to others? Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were powerful, but he couldn't change the emperor just because he wanted to, right? The boss was also very smart. He acted as if he suddenly realized something and apologized. Your Majesty, this commoner was thinking about something else. What did you say? No wonder business is so good. I asked you what reward you want. Li Longji knew that the other party did it on purpose, so he didn't continue to ask. Reward? Can this commoner really make a request? The boss became nervous again. He rubbed his hands together, appearing very embarrassed. Of course, speak. Li Longji couldn't change what he said. Then this commoner will say it. This commoner heard that Cuckoo is going to attack the place where Duoshi is located. This commoner requests your Majesty to let Cuckoo fight at the front while this commoner follows behind. This commoner has just figured out a new type of noodle food that can be very helpful to the soldiers. Moreover, there is no lack of nutrition. There are vegetables, meat, and sweet, vinegar, salt, and so on. This commoner is willing to follow behind and help make the noodle food. I will be the logistics team. When the boss talked about his invention, he became exultant. As for the nutrition, even he didn't understand it, so he had to agree. Li Longji and Wang Ju were both stunned when they heard the boss's words. Wang Ju asked, "What kind of noodle is that? Is it noodles? If it is instant noodles, then there is no need. The inner courtyard of the Zhang family and Wang family has already made it. When the time comes, it will be sent to the front line. His Majesty is giving you a chance. You have to use it well. What can you get by following behind? You can ask for money now. I believe that His Majesty will give you hundreds of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to open the shop. Don't waste this good opportunity." What do you mean by waste? The boss's expression was very ugly. When he found that the other party was a high-ranking official, he changed his attitude and said, "I don't have money, but I have a shop. I can earn it myself. What can I do with hundreds of thousands of strings of coins? How much money do Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have? They can't spend it all by themselves. I heard that Xiao Bao even cooks his own food. Xiao Bei and the others also came to Hangzhou 2 days ago. I heard that they went to a restaurant nearby to eat. They ordered a lot of dishes, but they didn't let the waitress give them more. They took out a lot of money. Does this mean that they are very thrifty? Is this thrifty? It means that they are not wasteful. I am also sponsoring a school now. I am in charge of the school children's meals. If you give me more money, I have to use it for other things, just like Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Oh, and His Majesty. I heard that the Tang Bank is His Majesty's. The money it earns is used by His Majesty for disaster relief and road repair in various places. So if you give me too much money, I have no use for it. I can earn it slowly and comfortably. I heard that in about half a year, all the medical care in the Tang will be free. The main problem now is that the medicine can't keep up, but it will be better in the future. We all know that we are penniless. As long as we don't want to die, we can live. I followed behind you because I wanted to see the noodles in other places of the Tang. After I came back, I figured out more kinds of noodles. A person's life doesn't necessarily depend on how much money they have. If that was the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo should be dead. They have enough money. I am the owner of a soup pancake restaurant, so I have to make good soup pancakes. When I was young, I was starving. Later on, when I passed by a soup pancake restaurant, the owner gave me a bowl. At that time, I thought that if I had the chance in the future, would eat many different kinds of soup pancakes. After I grew up, I never forgot about that. I also want to run a good soup pancake restaurant and help others. I want to make many different kinds of soup pancakes so that people can taste different flavors. Unfortunately, it seems that I don't need to help others now. Our Tang will not let people starve to death. So I want to make the best soup pancakes. If I follow behind Cuckoo's army, won't I be able to see the noodles in various places? After saying this, the owner of the restaurant looked at Li Longji and Wang Ju, asking them if they would agree to his request. Wang Ju was moved. He had never been so deeply involved in the lives of the common people like Li Longji. He had been high and mighty for too long. Even after being neglected, he was still the provincial governor of a province. He wasn't someone that the common people could see. A provincial governor was equivalent to the municipal secretary and municipal mayor of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's era. They were high and mighty, and the common people usually didn't know what they looked like. In that era where information was very easy to obtain, it was even more so in the current Great Tang. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care about mayors. Their rank wasn't high enough, but they could interact with the common people. Sometimes, it was just that interesting. Today, when Wang Ju heard the voice of a common person, he realized that he had done too little in the past. As the provincial governor of a province, the common people usually didn't know his name. Now, it seemed that it wasn't worth bragging about. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's status was so high that there was almost no position that could be said to be suitable for them. It was obvious that it wasn't enough to judge them by their official rank. Even if they were just county magistrates, they were still county magistrates who could decide the affairs of the Great Tang. The two of them didn't care about their official rank. It was just their names and their existences. However, it was precisely because of their high status that the common people of the Great Tang didn't know. If a local official like him couldn't even leave his name behind, then he would be considered a failure. Thinking of this, Wang Ju stood up, lowered his head, and said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject has decided. After your Majesty leaves, this subject will return to his province and be a good provincial governor. Now that this subject isn't afraid of encountering trouble and can't solve it, this subject can ask Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Li Longji understood the meaning behind Wang Ju's words. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were here, so naturally, they had let go of all their grudges. Wang Ju didn't have to worry about not doing a good job. What surprised Li Longji was that since Wang Ju had already acknowledged his family, why didn't he return to the capital? Chapter 1060. Thus, Li Longji first said to the owner of the store, "I agree. You can follow behind me, or I can pay for you to go anywhere to see the local noodles." What's the point of wasting time? Follow me later, and I'll bring you to see Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao is very knowledgeable when it comes to cooking. I believe your cooking skills are far inferior to his. You haven't seen the noodles that Xiao Bao makes for his brothers and sisters. There are all kinds of noodles. Have you ever seen dragon whisker noodles with fillings in the middle? The owner of the store shook his head vigorously. "Your Majesty, what is dragon whisker noodles?" "Noodles. Can there be fillings in the middle?" Dragon whisker noodles are very thin noodles with fillings in the middle. Xiao Bao made it for Xiao Bei and the others by hand. He made it for the whole morning, and each of them could only eat a bowl at noon. Xiao Bao was very tired. He kept mumbling that technology was productivity. Li Longji recalled Zhang Xiaobao's appearance at that time and laughed heartily. The owner of the store was confused. How was that possible? Hearing the name and hearing that it was very thin noodles, he could imagine how thin the noodles were. How could there be fillings in the noodles? Unless Xiao Bao wasn't human, how could there be fillings in the noodles? However, since the emperor said there was, he naturally wouldn't lie to him. As the owner of the store, he could also tell that it was very difficult to make the noodles. However, even if it was difficult for him, he wouldn't do it. Scratching his head, the owner of the store said embarrassedly, "Your Majesty, this commoner is going to see Xiao Bao. Will I disturb them?" Xiao Bao is busy with all kinds of matters in Great Tang. If this commoner causes any delay, this commoner won't be able to take the blame. He's not busy. He's only busy for a while. When there's something to do, both of them are busy. Right now, both of them are idle. Cuckoo has nothing to do, so she's embroidering. Xiao Bao is thinking about food. This emperor is with them almost every day. How could I not know? All right, after we eat the noodles, you can follow them. Just you. The waiter will stay. Li Longji acted as if he was chatting with someone of similar status and decided on the matter. The owner of the store was extremely excited. What kind of day was it today? First, he saw the emperor. Then, he could see Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. Who would believe him? Things that he didn't even dare to dream about were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. However, Wang Ju was not very happy. He felt uncomfortable when he heard other people call his grandson and granddaughter-in-law Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. How could people who were not close relatives call them by such names? But he was also very helpless. This was because everyone in the Great Tang, from the old men and women in their 80s to the children who were still learning how to speak, addressed them as such. The children would normally call Xiao Bao Big Brother and Cuckoo Big Sister, while the adults would simply call them by their surnames. They would never add surnames in front of their names, giving the impression that the two children had all sorts of surnames. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan must be respected, Wang Ju indignantly reminded the owner of the restaurant. The owner was shocked and did not dare to make a sound. However, Li Longji spoke, "What Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Even if they are Xiaobao and Cuckoo, it is not up to you to say. You are the grandfather. Their own grandfather hasn't even said anything. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are the Xiao Bao and Cuckoo of the Great Tang. Respect. Your name is Wang Ju. If you stand out now and let 10,000 people call you that, how many of them will respect you? You want others to call you Wang Ju, but will they pay attention to you? Just like that son-in-law of yours, Zhang Zhong, who will call him Minister Zhang. They all call him Provincial Governor Zhang and County Magistrate Zhang. I am envious. When will the people of the Great Tang be able to call me Emperor Longji? Yes, this official is too petty. Whenever I think of how close I am to them, I feel uncomfortable being called that," Wang Ju quickly said. He was also clear that the people of the Great Tang were calling him that because of a special closeness. Not just anyone would be willing to call him that. While they were talking, the shredded pork noodles were ready. In fact, it was already ready just now, but the chef did not dare to serve it. While they were talking, the waiter brought in a new tray. There were 3 bowls, one for Li Longji, one for Wang Ju, and one for Gao Lishir, who was still standing at the entrance. After beckoning Gao Lishir in, Li Longji picked up a new pair of chopsticks and started eating. There was no need for anyone to test it. The actions of the owner, the waiter, and the chef had already proven everything. When the owner of the store saw the emperor eating, he was very happy. He was not worried that the noodles would be bad. No matter how bad the chef's cooking was, the taste would not be too bad. After the emperor took a bite, he raised his head and said, "Actually, the seafood noodles here are more pure and are cheaper. Many people like to eat them. These noodles are edible. It's not that I am picky, but when you see Xiao Bao and eat his dishes, you will know why I said so. What do you think, Lishir?" Li Longji took a bite and then lowered his head to continue eating. Fortunately, he asked for a small bowl. He really couldn't eat a big bowl. Along the way, he had only eaten Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. His appetite had long been developed. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to set an example of not wasting food, he would have stopped eating long ago. Gao Lisher naturally would not let others test whether the noodles were poisonous or not. After taking a bite, he said, "Your Majesty, this official feels that the noodles are not bad. It might have taken a little too long to cook. However, why is the shredded pork noodles fried? Why isn't it blanched? There is more of an oily taste. Also, the chopped green onions are cut from small onions instead of green onions. It lacks the unique sweetness of green onions. As for the noodles, they are ramen, not handmade noodles. They are not chewy enough." Li Longji's mouth was not idle. Wei Wei nodded in agreement. In the past, he really didn't think much about it. However, after he met Zhang Xiaobao, he could always see how Zhang Xiaobao cooked. When he casually asked about it, Zhang Xiaobao would give him an answer. Even though it was just a bowl of noodles, there was a lot to it. Wang Ju didn't have the opportunity to eat Zhang Xiaobao's dishes. He felt that the noodles were pretty good. However, when he thought about the emperor's and Gao Lisher's comments, he was filled with yearning for the dishes that his grandson made. The owner of the store was stupefied. The emperor and that official were too good with their mouths, right? They could tell how the noodles were cooked the moment they ate them. It turned out that the flavor of stir-fried meat and blanched meat was very different. The 3 bowls of noodles were finished by the 3 of them. There was no waste, even though Li Longji and Gao Lisher didn't feel comfortable eating them. After calling the owner of the store, the group continued to walk toward Wang Ju's residence. At this time, Li Longji didn't stop to test the commoners. He had heard the story of the boy who cried wolf from Xiaobei. If he really tested the commoners time and time again when there was danger, the commoners would treat it as a drill. That would be troublesome. Because they were delayed by the noodles, by the time they arrived at the residence, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already taken a nap. Zhang Wang clan didn't come out to welcome them. They hid in another room to make small clothes for the unborn child. They didn't know how many children were in their bellies, so they had to make a few more sets. With the addition of the clothes made by Wang Wan, they believed that they would be able to use them. After entering the residence, Li Longji asked someone to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. As soon as the 2 of them entered, Li Longji said, "Xiaobao, we're eating noodles tonight. I want to eat shredded meat noodles. You make it. Why don't we eat seafood noodles?" Zhang Xiaobao asked Li Longji when he saw someone he didn't know looking at them excitedly. Shredded meat noodles are delicious. This is the owner of a soup pancake shop. He wants to discuss the production of soup pancakes with you. You can talk to him later. Li Longji arranged some work for Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know what was going on, but since they were here to discuss, he would talk about it later. He couldn't reject them, so he nodded and said to Wang Ju, "Grandfather, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" Wang Ju was puzzled. "It's about the mulberry trees in Hangzhou. I've seen it. In addition to the gifts you gave me in Cuckoo, we still have a large mulberry forest on the mountain here. We use it to raise silkworms. However, the forest is too old, and the growth is deteriorating year by year. It doesn't seem worth using it. I think it's because of this that you didn't give the forest to me and Cuckoo. What I mean is that we should cut down all the trees and use the wood for other things. That way, we can get back some of the capital. Then, we can plant tea leaves on the trees and buy seedlings from other places. It will grow faster and we can take care of it carefully. Next year, we will be able to produce tea leaves. As for the planting of tea leaves, I asked the people of the agriculture temple to follow up on it. It can be considered an experimental place. If it's good, we can spread it around. No matter how large the tea leaves in Hangzhou are, it's far from enough to satisfy the entire Tang Empire. In addition to this, I also specially designed some ways to eat tea leaves. We can eat them as dishes. You can provide them here and we will be in charge of sales. Or you can find someone to sell them. In addition to this, we also need to continue to raise silkworms and cicadas. I also have some recipes for cooking. You can open a restaurant and we can only eat green silkworms. Nowadays, people don't eat them. In addition, we need to find people to pick the sea cabbages that no one touches by the seaside. We can make new dishes and can them and sell them everywhere. If there are a lot of rotten fish and shrimps by the seaside, don't leave them alone. Collect them. They are not for people to eat. After they are dried, add them to the feed of poultry to supplement their nutrition. That's all for now. I will draw an area in the northern part of Hebei province for our family to take over. Cut down other trees. Don't touch the old ones. Plant economic forests. Cut down and plant in a planned way to make products, such as sanitary chopsticks and paper, to increase our family's income. Zhang Xiaobao stopped talking and looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan said, "What I mean is that since we don't have any land at home, we can go to the place where the Turks used to live and develop. Send a few people in charge to provide us with potato seedlings. The output will be very high if we plant them there. When we continue to fight, our family should also follow and see where is the best place. Anyway, it is a sparsely populated area. We can occupy it. When we develop it, even if the transportation cost is high, we can still make a certain amount of profit." Wang Ju listened to the conversation between the two of them and understood what they meant.